Hey everyone, happy Friday. Welcome aboard Jiminy Flip It Live. I was going to say chat show. It's really a listing show, but we could always chat. Hope everybody's doing well. Good evening. Very hot. Hey, Artie Mike, what's going on? Guten Tag. Hello. Going back to English tonight, huh, Mike? Well, again, welcome everybody. Friday night, 6 o'clock here in Jungle Heat Land. It's 95 degrees currently at 6 p.m. With 48% humidity, which isn't terrible. There are excessive heat warnings posted throughout my area through, ironically for me, Sunday night at 9 o'clock. Sunday at 7 o'clock, I have a Beatle concert outside, and it's supposed to be 98 degrees. So we're going to be in – the show time is 7 o'clock, so maybe by 7 it'll be 91 degrees. But the thing is, we get to the shows 3, 4, 5 hours before the actual show time to set up, and that's going to be in the middle of the day, hottest point of the day. So I am going to be hydrating all day tomorrow, a lot of Gatorade, a lot of water, eating bananas for potassium, all that kind of stuff to try to give myself a puncher's shot out there on Sunday. It should be brutal, but that's what happens in summertime, right? It gets hot. So again, welcome everyone. Hope you had a good week. eBay has been incredibly glitchy. I'm not one to talk about glitches that often on eBay, but I think it's beyond a glitch at this point. It's almost every function I try to do, particularly on Chrome, which is my primary go-to. I have to use Chrome for this broadcast for StreamYard. It only allows you to share Chrome tabs, so we're going to give it a go. I was using Firefox browser to get some shipping done this morning because I wasn't able to ship out of my regular Chrome eBay. I wasn't able to send offers the other day. What else happened today? Something crazy. Can't remember what the other one was. There was something else today where it just didn't give me the ability to do certain basic things, and it just seems to be one thing after the other. My presumption is that they're probably doing some big update this weekend, so brace yourself, everybody, because those of you who have been around a while probably notice a trend. Whenever you see these little wonky things happen, all of a sudden there's some huge system change forthcoming, and this is kind of the calm before the storm. So God only knows what's going on. But I talked to a bunch of people, and everybody had a lot of people had similar problems, and we're all trying different browsers. And hey, Gulf Coast, what's going on, man? Welcome. Good to see you. Yeah, so that was frustrating. My shipping thing was really frustrating because I was nervous I wasn't going to be able to get anything out. I went to Pirate Ship and got most of my stuff out, but Pirate Ship didn't allow me to use media mail for 2 records that sold and for a book that sold. And I wound up going in and out, and then eventually on Firefox, I got the ability to ship normally out of eBay. But definitely some shenanigans going on. Who knows? Let me know if you guys are having, yeah, we're talking eBay, Gulf Coast, all kinds of issues with the system itself, with the website. And it seems to be everybody pretty much. It just depends on what browser you're using and, as far as the severity of the issues. But it's crazy and driving me nuts. The shipping thing was really, it's one thing not to be able to send offers out. That was frustrating. But shipping this morning, I was really nervous because we have a pickup. The mailman usually comes about noonish. And it was, I don't know, 10:30, 11 o'clock. I hadn't even shipped anything yet. I had everything ready to roll, but I didn't have my labels printed. I'm like, oh my God. So like I said, I went over to Pirate Ship, got a bunch done. And then those few remaining, which were media mail pieces that wouldn't be taken out of, you couldn't ship. I don't know if there's a workaround with that, but if, I imported my items into Pirate Ship that were pending in eBay that were left, all 3 or 4, I guess it was 4 of them all had media mail with an eBay. But when I ported them into Pirate Ship, it didn't even give me a media mail option. So I briefly considered spending a lot more money to ship them whatever, they said was the best, like first class, I guess it would have been. But thank God I waited a couple of minutes, and then on Firefox, I was able to ship. Hey, Kelly, good evening. Yeah, server, exactly, all that kind of stuff. This morning was my first shipping issue. A couple of days ago, like Gulf Coast saying last 2 or 3 days. Exactly. It's been the majority of this week, I think since Monday, Tuesday morning maybe. Shipping, snafus, I couldn't send items out, couldn't send offers to watchers. Then they actually had a banner up this morning saying USPS, UPS are all experiencing issues. Please be patient and try again later. So I guess they're putting it on the service providers. Maybe it's not an eBay thing. Maybe it's some sort of a connection between, the shipping places and eBay. I'm not sure, but something's definitely wrong. You haven't sold a couple. Yeah, my sales haven't been impacted necessarily, but excuse me. Hey, CJ, welcome. Gulf Coast, my sales weren't impacted, at least not yet, thank God. But The shipping thing was really a big deal. And not being able to send offers out for a whole day obviously impacts sales because I guess most of us have a fairly decent success rate with that. You're going to sell a handful anyway, right? You saw the banner. Yeah, I saw that this morning. Hey, Barbara. Welcome aboard. You saw that too. Okay. Hey, Lori. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a good day, good evening, early evening. I think you're on the West Coast because every time I chime into your whatnots, it's like 2 p.m. and you're saying good morning to everybody. So you're probably out West. But welcome aboard, Lori. Good to see you. You just came back from the post office. Really? Wow. Yeah, you got to be a bit behind us. So just some funky goings on with the eBay website. Nobody else. Etsy's been fine for me. All the other things we sell on Discogs has been fine. Just eBay. And like I said, I have a strange feeling that this might be calm before the storm. They're probably doing some massive update because that's happened before where they're going to change something, whether it's just with the GUI, like, with the actual interface, or whether there's something behind the scenes. There's usually a couple of days like this with some wacky things going on. And all of a sudden you'll say they pushed out some new change. Oh, when did that 2% thing, did that take place already? I think that was like a week ago when they switched the minimum from 1% to 2% are promoted. I was going to say something like that, where it's like a universal update. It seems to cause little issues like that. I did that too, Lori. It can't be everybody's cache. You know what I mean? Like, why is all of a sudden everybody's browser's not working? It's not us. It's them. Trust me. That's good, Barbara. Everybody's having different things. But the shipping thing was new for me this morning. Life Gulf Coast said last 2 or 3 days we've had on and off like server errors and it's not you, it's us nonsense. Oh, I tried to do what else? I tried to do a bulk update of some kind, and a similar thing. It spun and spun, and it said sorry, try again, or something to that effect. They've lost 2 things. Oh no, that's not cool. Jody, happy Friday. Welcome, welcome. Did you get your goodies yet? Let me know if you got your goodies. I didn't check from Whatnot the other day. Hope you did. Welcome aboard, Jody. They added more specifics on the 20th. There you go. It's been the last 2 or 3 days. It's always something, Laura, 2% was July 11th. Okay, cool. Hey, John. Welcome, Popeye. Hello, everybody. Hello, John. I know John's probably not on eBay much anymore, but let me know if you're experiencing anything on eBay, John. This morning's fiasco was I couldn't ship anything. It didn't give me an option. It kept saying payment options not available. Try again later. And I wound up going around to Pirate Ship. And then when I launched Firefox, I don't know, an hour later, somehow it came back up. So got my stuff out. Yeah, exactly. Right. It's just going to come to a grinding halt all of a sudden. Hey, Jim, welcome aboard. Hopefully you're in real time tonight, Jim, right? I hope you didn't write this 10 minutes ago. Last time a couple times ago, Jim was on. It was like a 15-minute lag or something. That was kind of weird. But good to see you, man. Welcome aboard. We are going to get to some listing tonight. I still have more of those the ads from that one magazine we've worked on for a couple of weeks now, 1918. And I picked some interesting ones tonight. None of them are full-size ads. They're all kind of the little ones just to show everyone that you can still sell the smaller ads successfully. And I did a post the other day on YouTube to show everybody. Did you see that sale? $25 on a car ad that I think we listed just a few shows ago, maybe a month ago. But anyway, good stuff. Oh, you're having shipping issues too? That's awful, Jody. Sorry to hear. All right, yeah, good. They're in good shape, I promise you. I put everything in a nice big box for you. And thanks so much again. I hope you make a lot of money off that stuff. All right, looks like you're real time, Jim. Good, good. Yeah, I remember that you were behind. Steelers fan, what's going on? Thank you. Channel from a fellow eBay ad seller, Tim. Okay, cool. Welcome, Steelers fan. Yeah, I've seen you. You've commented on some videos for a while, right? I don't know if I've seen you in the chat before, but welcome aboard. Thanks, Laurie. Yeah, we listed that together, I think, probably like a month ago. You guys can look back, but it was 1905. It was a Valentine's Day type ad. It had the cherubs all over the place. I knew it would sell. There's certain ones, as you're doing them, you just know that they're going to sell. But I just wanted to show everybody, basically for 2 reasons. Just to, again, motivate everybody. It's not just, the series I have about here's how to list them and what to look for, blah, blah, blah. It's also just showing you that at the end of the day, they do sell. And you make great money, and it kind of rationalizes a little bit why I put a premium on the car ads. It's justified, $25. You got to love that for the one sheet. Well, welcome aboard, sales fan. Thanks a lot for the kind words. I appreciate it. I am. Let me just check one more thing really fast before we launch into the listing section of the program. Where was the current number? Hold on. I am 4 subscribers short of 700. I've been mired in the 600s for what feels like eternity. So please, if you guys know anybody, I've said a few times, I'm just trying to get to the stupid 1,000 mark, just so you could become part of the partner program or whatever they call it. I've met there's 4 parameters you have to reach. I've met 3 of them. This last one still eludes me. And I need to do a better job of promoting myself, I guess. But, you know, the group I have is fantastic, and you guys are always on, and I love talking with everybody. Just want to get to that lousy 1,000. So I got 4 left to get to 700, and then we're 70% home. I want to get a current update. But my buddy Travis, I just want to talk about him for just a moment. Because there's always a whatnot segment of the show, too, recently. Yeah, that's what's killing me right now. The 600s, exactly. You have to rewatch the series before you tear up your ballet programs. Yeah, give it a look, Lori. And again, if you have any questions, obviously just reach out. You can write a comment. This goes for anybody. You can write a comment right on the videos. You can send me an email at jiminyflipit@gmail.com. If you're on Instagram and want to message me, feel free to message me with any questions, concerns. Yeah, same with me, Golf Course. I don't know what's going on. I've been stuck in the 600s for a while. Like I didn't fly to 500 necessarily, but it just seems like the road from 0 to 5 was relatively fast, and now from 5 to 7 is just taking an eternity. But again, I put that on myself. I need to come up with ways to promote my channel a little bit better, because we have a phenomenal group of people that show up all the time. I just want to expand that group out a bit, you know? But yeah, that was, like I was saying, just to touch on the whatnot thing with poor Travis. He was approved, I don't know, a couple of weeks ago to get on whatnot. And I guarantee you he's going to do phenomenally, because he has great products that sell really well and are popular. He has video games. He has comic books. He has all the big things that are hot on whatnot. Of course, postcards, as John would know all too well. But yeah, he has that kind of stuff. He has a great, obviously, stage presence. And, you know, he's a friendly guy, and he does well, and he has a good sense of humor, and he projects himself well. He has all those things down to a T. But when he went to do his show the other night, and unfortunately it was just a fiasco as far as like trying to set up the hardware. You know, he had a phone like most people do for the camera, and then he was trying to navigate between the computer and the camera, and it can get confusing. And I know, you know, again, John's done a million of them. I've done a few. There's a few people out here. Lori's done several, I know too. But if you all remember that first show, right, there's always going to be that little moment where something goes wrong or you forget to hit something. And the poor kid, I mean, he got his giveaway done. He finally got a giveaway done. But then, like, when he went to unpin his giveaway and whatnot, he wound up turning off the show. So I don't know, 3 or 4 times that happened, and he just kind of gave up. And, you know, we were writing after the show and all. And, you know, I was trying to talk him off the ledge a little bit. He was just disappointed because he put a lot of effort into getting that show up. And like I said, I know he's going to do great. He was doing a video game auction the other night. So we're going to make sure on Monday, I think he said he wanted to talk to everybody about what happened on Monday. And we're going to work a little bit together behind the scenes so I could just kind of bring him up to speed as far as the technology, because it is kind of wonky. You know, it's a different animal, whatnot. You got to get used to it. And, you know, he was trying to work with his wife. I love working with my wife, but whatnot has always just been me by myself. And I don't know if that's good or bad, but I think the less hands you have in the cookie jar, as they say, there's less to go wrong. So I have a pretty good grasp on that aspect of whatnot, you know, just setting it up and hitting all the right buttons and all that. But I felt so bad because the last time he was talking, he's like, oh, congratulations to whoever won his giveaway. And let me unpin this. And he just saw click, show ended. And he was like, I said, I'm done. He was so frustrated, the poor guy. But we'll talk about it on Monday. He has, you know, obviously a great sense of humor, and he's a wonderful guy. I really think he's going to kick butt on whatnot. I think it's a perfect platform for what he has. So we'll all give him a lot of encouragement, hopefully, on Monday. And I hope he schedules a new one on whatnot soon. And we'll do a little practice beforehand. I say. Thank you, Golf Coast. Yes, please, if you don't mind, hit that thumbs up. I'd appreciate it very much. I appreciate you reminding them. Thank you. Sounds like your show. Did you have a little bit of a fiasco on the first one? Hey, Allie. Oh, you're very welcome. Great. That's awesome. Yeah, Allie got a couple of, what's the silly series? No offense. What's that series? The witch, the girl with the witch. Buffy. Vampire. Well, not witches, whatever. Vampire. She's a Vampire Slayer fan. My wife was in the fan club whenever the show was out, and we have tons of like comics and magazines and stuff from the fan club. So Allie was the proud recipient of a couple of those. So I'm glad you enjoy them. And thanks again, Allie, for picking them up. That's right. C is for cookie. Cookie, cookie, cookie. Are you a one-man show too, John, when you do these things? I think you said your daughter helps you, or maybe she just picks out the lots or something, but I do everything myself, for better or worse. Yeah, he absolutely will, Lori. He's just got to get back on the horse, as they say, and don't let it beat you, you know? Buffy and Angel, there you go. Yeah, I don't know what Angel is, honestly. I just know is it like a spinoff or something? She has boxes of that stuff, Allie, so if you want more, you can check out my eBay store. We have some still listed on eBay too, but if you like them a lot, I'll put them up in a whatnot again. Just having trouble with the tech and starting auctions, but I figured stuff out. Exactly, and that's kind of what you have to do, obviously, right? Just jump in the deep end and sink or swim. But you know how it goes, Lori, and everybody else that does whatnot. The people are usually really cool about it. You know, nobody's like calling you out and what are you doing, you idiot, or any of that stuff. But it's natural to feel almost embarrassed when things aren't going well and you're live, you know. But his was just, it was odd. He kept turning his show off. I guess he was trying to do something else and didn't realize he was hitting the wrong button. And I don't know. And then when the show goes off, it's like he had to start a whole new auction again. And like he had, I don't know what the exact amount was, 30 some odd lots set up, and he did all that work and took pictures of them and all that. And you have to kind of start from scratch. So I understand a little bit why he just got frustrated and said, forget this. We'll you know, run away and live to fight another day. Spin off. Okay, cool. Yeah, enjoy them, Allie. I hope you really enjoy them. She helped you for the nooner shows, the nighttime, or all you. Okay. Me. Again, more cookies. Unless you have to give away to other people, right? Oh, that would be a good idea. Is she a plush guru or something? Or just physically handling these big plushes, I guess would be nice to have somebody there. Yeah, the shipping's a lot of work for sure. I'm getting much more used to the shipping dynamic within whatnot. The first couple, I was like, what the heck is this? And you know, you have to mark everything. What's the terminology they use? Mark everything as picked up, basically, so that it changes its status. Like I got all that down. I took a couple of shows, but it's like anything else. The more you do it, it becomes easier and easier. And I know Whatnot has its own series of glitches and wacky behavior now and then, but I haven't done a ton of them. John could probably speak to this. He's done a ton. I know every once in a while there's here or there some wacky stuff, but I think all things considered and the amount of people that are on that thing constantly, it's a pretty stable platform. And I know it's going to get better. I think it's less wonky than eBay, that's for sure. She's a squish fanatic? Wow. I don't know what a squish is. You mean a plush? Or just squishy plushes? Hey, Rootin, welcome. I think you've mentioned this like 8 times already, Rootin. You want me to do a video on that? It wouldn't be that exciting. But I'd be happy to. If anybody cares about that, I wouldn't mind doing that. I do need some more regular videos up for sure. It's so funny when we, you know, I've talked about this. I started the channel, in January, or I started doing videos again in January, right? And then in February, we started the first chat show right after I was on with Don, Auction Professor, is where I met Travis. We were on a show together with Annie and a couple of other people. I forget at the moment who was on the first show, but that's where I met Travis. And right away, he and I just clicked, and he was writing me on Instagram. He's like, hey, man, you should do a show. And I'm like, a show? What kind of show are we going to do? He goes, I don't know. Let's get on. I'll go with you. And I said, okay. And there you go. Like now we're 5 months in, and all of a sudden I went from just doing regular videos to doing, you know, 2 or sometimes 3 live shows a week, which is cool. I enjoy it. It got the watch hour thing that you're supposed to get the 4,000. That happened really fast for me. Probably because I'm doing 2 and 3 hour live shows a couple of times a week. But I definitely need to do more videos, you know, regular videos. John, again, was doing, I think he still is, the what's sold every single morning. He's doing a video, what's sold the night before on eBay, which is a good way to keep, you know, consistency, feed the machine, as they say. So, I don't know what a squishmallow is. Squishmallow. Knock on wood, it's been stable. Okay, cool. And you've done 100 of them, right? I mean, maybe even literally at this point. I was half joking, but you've probably done close to 100, I would imagine, at this point. Maybe 50, 60? That would be a great idea. What? I'm sorry, Lori. Which one? The behind the scenes thing? Here's how to do whatnot? Yeah, he is, exactly. He has a great sense of humor, a wry sense of humor, and he was doing really well for the brief glimpse of time where he was on live. The other thing was, and this is kind of strange, like they have a test, what is it called, test mode or something, functionality within Whatnot, which you would think means you could play around with all the buttons and do everything and not actually be going out live. Well, he tried test mode and he was live, and he's like, you see his camera moving around, he's talking with his wife, and he's like, he had no idea he was online. And I kept trying to write him, I wrote Mayday, Mayday, because God forbid he's like cursing or doing something, or he's showing something he doesn't want people to see publicly. God only knows, right? You think you're private and you're out there to the world. So I guess that's what kind of started the antsy evening for him. He was like, oh no, and he closed that out. And when he closed it out, he wound up stopping the show and he had to relaunch another show. Anyway, we'll talk about that with Travis on Monday. I really feel bad for him. He was very upset because I think he wasn't like upset. He was disappointed that, he was so excited to do this first show and he was on a roll. He was probably on for 5 or 10 minutes. He did the giveaway successfully. Everything was fine. And I was really pumped for him, and then all of a sudden it went off again. All right, cool. Yeah, that's a few people have mentioned that. Thanks, guys. I'll throw something together. 35, is that it? Wow, I thought it just seems like a lot. Don't you like 2 or 3 a week, I guess, right? Times 7, 8. Yeah, I guess that's 8 weeks. Poor Travis. Yeah, it was, I felt so bad. The worst part to me personally was that he thought he was in test mode and he was broadcasting, and then people are coming in. I think he had like 17 people, which really isn't bad, especially for your first show, And being that he's in the video, he was setting up in video games, which is obviously an incredibly popular category. You get a lot of people coming in, and you don't want to be like, everybody goes on usually a couple of minutes before, like, let's say your show is scheduled for 6, maybe at 5 to 6, you check in. Hey, everybody, I'm working out the kinks. I'm setting up my phone. You check volumes. I always do that. I say, can you hear the music? Can you hear me? That's cool. But this was just completely candid. He had no idea he was on, and he was moving around the house and all this kind of stuff. I was like, no. Eco Swift 6.5 by 4.5 mailers. Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, and seriously, Rutan, you just go with the flow. I mean, just about everybody, especially the first 1 or 2 on Whatnot, it's a new thing, and there's no real good way to test necessarily. They have some how-to videos and all that kind of stuff, but until, like Lori said, until you actually just get in there and do it, and warts and all, you learn really quickly, and you learn by your mistakes, like everything else in life, pretty much, right? Hopefully most of us learn from our mistakes. Behind this, let me because this is going to be for a video, so this is a rare opportunity to field ideas and questions, or get ideas what you would like to see. When you say behind the scenes, do you mean like the not inner workings, but like how to set up a Whatnot show, how to like do a screen share kind of a thing where I'm showing everybody what to do? And what do you want to see, like literally a video of my camera like hanging? What would you guys like to see? Let me know. I'd be happy to put something together. And Travis literally said to me yesterday, he's like, he wants to come on Monday and talk about it. He's like, with the hopes that he can prevent a similar fiasco happening to anybody else. And I'm like, it wasn't a fiasco. I felt so bad. He was taking it really hard, and he shouldn't have. He didn't have to take it that hard. It wasn't as bad as he made it out to be at all. It was just that he kept hitting stop. And you're not going to get very far if your show keeps stopping, right? Wasn't really a good workaround for that. Oh, I just got an offer, everybody. Hold on. At least offers to me are working. I mean, offers being accepted. Not accepted. Offers being sent to me are working. That's cool. Let's see. Should we accept in the spirit of the day? Yeah, we'll accept. A non-ad, a Disney item, folks. At about 80% of the value that I had up for. I'll take that. I'll take that every day. That's a fair offer. Um, yep. Sorry, I hit that right. You guessed at 35. You done 36. There you go. Oh, you did all giveaways. That's a very smart idea. Did you have any kind of technical fiascos, John, when you first? I don't remember your first show. Not fiascos, but even just some, some things that you weren't so sure about, and you kind of had to mess around and make it work. Because I've told everybody the only real thing I had on my first show was my phone is my camera. I have this tripod sort of a thing that you can hang a camera upside down so it's facing down on my table. And when I first started the show, the camera was set for, I guess, rear facing or whatever. So it was given a deluxe view of my ceiling instead of the desk. And I couldn't figure out. And once you start the show and you're on, I have a computer. I'll do all this in the video, by the way, but I have a regular desktop on with the show on too. So I can talk to everybody and say, hey, how you doing, guys? And my phone is now operating as the main camera. And I didn't know how to, I was like, should I take the camera off the tripod and move it around? What do I do? I'm in the middle of a show. I don't even remember what I wound up doing, but I did flip it around eventually and it worked fine. And now, now I know what I'm doing, but that was my only real, mini fiasco. What we don't understand is how the phone is used for the actual stream. Are there audio issues? You mean with using the phone as your microphone as well? Is that what you mean? I mean, that's a good point. And again, maybe something I'll bring up in the video, but for the purposes of your question anyway, right? Picture the scene. I have this, which I'll show in the video. I have this black arm thing with a thing that hangs over. My phone's on there, right? I have the microphone portion of the phone facing me. And I'm just basically standing like a foot, like I am now, with the microphone in front of me. It's going to be the phone acting as a camera and a phone at the same time. And I usually play some music off just on my speakers. I put a record on or CD or whatever I want. And then, or like my 40s thing, I had like a 40s set list or something. I just speak, at a decent level with the camera microphone. And I always ask everybody, all right, guys, is this too loud? Is the music too loud? Is my voice too loud? Do I need? And everybody's really cool with the feedback. Yeah, it sounds good. Or yeah, the music will come up a little or whatever. I just do those tweaks because there's no real way to check yourself. You're doing the live show. There's no way to kind of hear what the end user is hearing, if that makes any sense. Oh yeah, totally. And I'd appreciate if anybody who comes out on Monday, we'll give him a big, I think I might order him flowers or something from the group. Your phone and your computer capture sound? Well, yeah, if you have I don't use it. I don't know if you guys are using laptops or whatever. I have a nice big desktop, which is what I'm using 99% of the time. But I also have an iPad. I have 3 devices during a show. I have the phone, which is a camera and a microphone, essentially. I have the desktop computer, which actually I don't really use to, I said before, but that was a lie. I don't use that to interact with people. I use my iPad, which is kind of right next to where the phone thing is. So try to picture the scene. I'm standing at a desk, right, with whatever I'm going to display. Phone hanging over, looking down at whatever the items are going to be displayed. To the right of that and off camera is an iPad. Launch the show on the iPad as well. And that's where I'll say, hi, welcome aboard, Allie. Welcome aboard, Popeye, blah, 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 right? Then on my desktop, when I say, okay, I'm going to set my timer for 30 seconds, whatever, I walk over and on the desktop is where I actually do, I'll set up a giveaway or I'll launch the actual product that, and put a time in there and my starting price. So I have 3 devices for every show. No issues, just the one show, it wouldn't let me start the next item. Oh, okay. That's awesome. Yeah, except for my camera being upside down. I didn't have any either. No, the only time echo gets involved, Rutan, is if, kind of like what Alice said, let's say the same scenario I just described, my phone, right? I have my desktop and my iPhone both playing the show. Make sure you mute those 2 devices. So I mute the sound on my computer, mute the sound on my iPad, and then you don't have any of that echo. If you leave that on, which actually, not to speak out of school, but that's something else originally that Travis was having trouble with when he was on that test mode, or so he thought. He had that. He was literally saying test. And I went test, 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 test. And I said, and I was writing him, make sure you mute the other devices. So basically, long story short, make sure you mute everything other than your camera, which most people are going to use a phone for. Correct, Al. Yeah. And that goes for anything. Again, I have 3. So mute the iPad, mute the computer, mute anything else that you're using just to monitor stuff. The only live audio should be on your phone if you're using that as your camera and your phone. There's a certain button for the way the camera faces. Correct. That's what happened to me. Yeah, right. And yeah, it's always not the most flattering thing, right? Because you don't think you're about to be seen, and you're like hovering over the camera with the scoofy face. Yeah, I definitely understand. Mine was the other way. It was it was the same way. It was up towards the ceiling, but thankfully I wasn't like positioned over it. You'd look up right up somebody's nostrils. Could be a heavy nail. Yeah. Yeah, I've never had sound issues either. The echo thing would happen regardless. It's because if you have multiple devices and there's a lag, that's all sonics. That's all stuff I do for a career for 30 years of playing music. You want to avoid feedback. Yes, for feedback as far as sound quality, absolutely. And I always do. I'm very interactive. Yep, absolutely, Lori. Hey, Noel, what's going on? You're listening while driving, okay? Drive safely. Hopefully you're doing well. I don't know if it's 100 degrees out there, but it is in our neck of the woods. So stay cool, comfortable, and drive safely, Noel. Some people have the music way too loud. One seller I watch, somehow their phone notifications ding. Yeah, I know, that's annoying as all hell. And that's a huge turnoff, right? That's an automatic. I mean, there's a perfect example, right? You're putting on a show. You are putting on a show. And whether it's welcoming your guests in and out and treating them as guests, which is what I do. Not to sound corny, but I really do. They don't have to be in your show. They could be anywhere they want. And granted, a lot of people do bounce around. But the people that are there and they're there to buy or they're there to look at your items, that they should be treated as welcome guests, seriously. And you want to make it a very hospitable environment, pleasant environment. I always have some kind of nice music in the background, nothing crazy that's going to bother anybody. I'm definitely not going to yell on the phone. Another thing that I think a lot of people can work on is the same thing that works well as far as what I just described, where you have a camera and a phone, camera and a microphone both being used by your phone, is if you step away like I do. I'll say, okay, I'm going to get the next one, and you walk away. If you're not in front of the phone, they're not going to hear what you're saying, or at least at the same volume. So I try to complete my sentence, then walk away. And then when I walk away and I'm grabbing another lot to put up or whatever I'm doing, I'm not going to shout from 20 feet across the room, hey guys, can you, just basic stuff, man, basic stuff. Those are all the intangibles, but they're all important. The camera is pulling music from the air. Yes, in my case, absolutely. The phone is acting. You could probably use an actual camera too if you wanted, and just point a camera down and then have an external microphone. Totally fine. Was afraid your music is too loud. You're hard of hearing. No, and as a matter of fact, Ali, honestly, yours is very low. I think a lot of people think that their music is loud, and the ones I watch, I'm always telling everybody, turn up your music. Like, you hear this faint, garbled nonsense in the background. It adds a lot. I really do. It creates an atmosphere, is my belief anyway. You want to kind of create a pleasant atmosphere for people to come in. You just bought 2 cameras, a document camera, microphone, typed that up, jewelry and such. Can't wait. That's awesome, Noel. Yeah, I look forward to checking that out. Yeah, exactly. It's a bad place to look, right? The caves of the inner nostril. Nobody wants to see that from anybody. 73. Oh, wow. Yeah, you're in the great Northwest. It's like another planet weather-wise. Bartomania, welcome aboard. Congratulations on, I saw your post today on Instagram. He is now part of, what do they call it, Bartomania? The YouTube, what program? YouTube, whatever program. He got his 1,000 subscribers. Congratulations. And CJ again, welcome. CJ is, I know, in the woods, laying low. It really is actually smart. So if that happens, yeah, you have something in the face. Oh, yeah, that was Bartomania. Let's revisit this really quickly. Monday night, you were on the chat show with Travis and I. Remember we had some undesirable comments coming in, right? And we had several people sniping them, getting them out. Well, you got caught in the crossfire inadvertently because you had put up a rainbow smiley or whatever they're called. I keep saying, what are they called? Emoji. You put up a rainbow emoji or something, right? Kind of sarcastically or making a joke or whatever. But my eye caught peripheral vision, right? I saw that rainbow thing, which is what the scam guy was writing over and over and over. So I deleted you accidentally. I didn't delete you. I timed you out or whatever. and then we couldn't get you back. I tried to I did it. I, brought you back in, but you disappeared. And we were all joking the rest of the night. We're like, oh no, what did we do to Bartomania? Did we eliminate him from YouTube? So I'm very happy to know you're still alive and kicking. We're actually nervous. You never came back in. So good to know. Use your TV for them. Yeah, that's cool. Absolutely. Yeah, I just play, like I said, I usually play records, and then I just have a nice, speaker set up that's 10 feet away maybe from my staging area. So they play well. And again, you just tweak as needed. You tweak as needed. Yep. Good evening, Karen. Warm and breezy. Yeah, warm is a way to put it, huh? Karen, you're in you're in Jersey or Pennsylvania? I forgot. I know you're not that far from me. Well, we're playing in up by New York basically on Sunday. It's supposed to be 98 degrees, outdoor show. And I'm going to be incinerated most likely. Hey, Steven. Yeah, that's right. Welcome, Steven. First of all, yes, he was, that was just, I guess, we were on the show Monday. That was Monday. He was at I was going to say meet and greet, not a meet and greet, but like a meetup with some resellers out in Colorado. He met Royal Squirrel. He met a couple of other folks, and she put up a video of their meeting. They had some lunch. They went out to a Bins, which we kind of talked about a lot on Monday. But the Bins, a whole other animal. I know a lot of people like them, but to each their own. But anyway, it was his first time in the Bins, and there's some footage of him like putting the gloves on and all that. But yeah, he seemed to have a good time. And we talked with Kristen Royal Squirrel about some stuff because she's a veteran of those places for sure. So go check out that Royal Squirrel's channel. In fact, maybe I'll put a link to that video if you guys want to check out Travis in action. Just bear with me 1 second. Until the omnipresent Dawn shows up to do stuff like this for me, we're going to have to actually fight for our own supper tonight. So let me pull up. There's Royal Squirrel. Yeah, Colorado, what's it called? eBay seller meetup in Colorado Springs, which is where our boy Travis is from. So check this out, everybody, if you want to check it out. It's a cool video. I will put it in here. And click on that after my show is done. And go check it out. Hey, Mark, Memphis Blazer, welcome, man. Good to see you. Keith Nelson, what's going on, man? Are we up and running? Keith, on the whatnot? Record store? Actually, it's right there, right? Junkyard Records. Go check out Keith. Rainbow. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It was just like a knee-jerk reaction because he kept putting those rainbows in with whatever nonsense he was putting in. And we were in zap mode and you just got caught. I said, what was it? Collateral damage. I apologize for that. Like I said, I tried to get you right back in and then you vanished and everybody was panicking. We're like, what happened to this guy? Oh my God. We eliminated him from YouTube, but it looks like it worked out because now you're part of the partner program. So I'll take full credit for that. Yeah, absolutely. It was because of the troll. You just got swept up in it because you used the same icon. So for the rest of the show, I had a comment up that said basically like warning, do not place rainbow emojis on my show or you will be zapped. Karen's in Jersey. Cool. Yep. I'll be baking on Sunday. If you live anywhere near, where the heck is the show? I don't even know. We're doing a lot of shows right now. We're in the middle of a kind of, well, especially starting this week, coming up. A lot of shows, all outside, except for next Saturday we travel down to Williamsburg, Virginia, and that's an indoor show, thank God. But the next Florham Park. I don't know if you're anywhere near there, but if you want to go see a free show and sweat with me, go ahead. Love to see you. Anybody in New Jersey wants to go? Florham Park, Sunday, 7 p.m. Big outdoor festival. It's not really a festival. It's like an outdoor concert series. A lot of towns in the Northeast have these things in the summertime. It's just like the township comes out and the mayor comes out. And usually they'll have like food trucks and sometimes they have carnival rides and stuff. And they have a stage set up and we play these things. It's a lot of fun. And typically it's several thousand people at most of them, especially in places like that are populated. Like we just played in Lodi a couple weeks ago with a 4th of July. There was a few thousand people. It's very cool. Yeah, 73. It's not even 73 at night right now. Yep, absolutely, Jody. It's supposed to be 95, 96 every day from here till Monday, I believe, in my area. Working on collabs with some huge channels here in Houston. Oh, very cool. Keep us posted. Oh my God, look at Keith. Proudly, Popeye will stand up at attention for this one. Those are Popeye-esque numbers right there. 4 shows, 5,200. God bless you, man. All vinyl, by the way, Keith? Is it all vinyl? Or are you mixing it up with different, like 78s and CDs and other media? But congratulations. That's phenomenal, man. Yeah, that'll get you off eBay really fast, right? An auction outside. Oh, without question, man. That's fantastic. Congratulations. Hope it goes well, especially now that you just got part of this program, right? You have to say it was pretty hilarious. What was hilarious? I apologize again, because if I'm behind a few minutes, like I probably am, I forget what we were talking about that you were saying was hilarious. So please remind me. We're talking about eliminating Bartomania accidentally? Because that was pretty funny. Yeah, that really is. That's phenomenal, man. Congratulations. No wonder you haven't been on in a while. You're selling all those records. And you had a cassette show. I'm thinking of doing a CD show. I don't see many of them. I'm going to do a video on this. Here's a teaser for my public here that watches the show. Keith says he's doing a CD show. I am doing a CD show because I'm also doing a video, which I've prepared, a regular YouTube video, all about CDs. If you have CDs, which a lot of people do, obviously, if you want to buy some CDs, now's the time. The prices are ridiculously low, especially secondhand market. We have a really nice record shop. We'll shout out to a place called Jupiter Records in Wilmington, Delaware, which is like 10 minutes from my house. Beautiful place, little hole in the wall kind of thing. They got everything. I bought, I don't know, 50 CDs for like $2 each. Mint condition, beautiful CDs. You can get everything on CD. Just like records were dirt cheap a few years ago and everybody was buying CDs. Well, now the trend is reversed. Records are ridiculously overpriced, as I'm sure Keith would agree, but it's benefiting Keith right now. I sell records too, not $5,000 in a couple of weeks, but that's all right. But anyway, yeah, I'm going to do a whole video about CDs being back, essentially. I have some numbers to prove it. The CD sales are kind of coming back again. So if you want to go out and source these things, you can get them everywhere nowadays, right? Any place that anyone goes to source, traditionally, estate sales, yard sales, antique malls, all those places, they have CDs by the dozen usually. You can get them for a song. Load up. Make sure that they're not scratched and all. But first of all, it's a great music medium. They sound fantastic. It's always going to be better than the streaming nonsense. It's always going to be better quality. It's not as good as vinyl in my humble opinion, but it's still a very viable. Plus, it's portable. All these things will be in my video, but that's a little bit of a bolo from me to you guys. If you don't know, go out. If you have CDs, get them listed. They're also selling pretty well on eBay. But like I said, you could literally get them for $1 or $2 at the most. You could probably sell them for 10 to 15, depending on the artist and all the regular things you would look out for. But I am going to do a CD video. Maybe tomorrow it'll be released because I did record it already. I just have to edit it. And that's my new thing. I'm getting into selling CDs again. Load up on them because they're dirt cheap. And you know what's going to happen? They're going to start going up just like records suddenly went up. You couldn't give away records a few years ago. So it's astounding how everything just keeps going up and down. There she is. Welcome, Omnipresent Dawn, to the program. Guten Tag Dawn Wright. Thank you for joining. Almost, Papa. Yeah, well, he's a young whippersnapper, Papa. You got to give him. That's not a bad start, though, out of the gate. Not a bad start. Yeah, man, exactly. Seriously, load up. And that's his from a record guy who just made $5,200 in a couple of weeks, right? Not even a couple of shows. Go load up on CDs. Everybody, run out today. Every sale you go to, every place you go traditionally to source, get CDs by the bushel. And even if you don't list them all, put them in a box for a rainy day because they're going to go up. It's a commodity like everything else. Things go up. Again, I keep saying the same thing, but it's really true. I'm sure all of us remember very well, when CDs first came out and they were ridiculous. They're $15, $20 a pop. They were all that anybody was buying for a while as records just disappeared from the planet. Then all of a sudden the scales tipped. When the streaming stuff started, people started bailing on CDs. Vinyl got hot again. And now the CD market, I mean, you could get away with murder. You could just load up on CDs. As Keith said, just source everyone you can. Bring baskets of or boxes or whatever you use to stuff it, put stuff in and just load up your truck, load up your car with CDs. That's my video tip. Yeah, exactly. There's certain categories that like jazz and I guess rap too to an extent, but even like traditional, Led Zeppelin CD, they're going to sell, and they're going to sell for a lot more than you buy them for. And you could always lot them up. You could do like a Zeppelin, 5 CD lot for 50, $60 that you pick up for like 5. CDs are going to be hot again, and it's now time to buy them. So you'll never get a better deal. There you go. 25 cents a piece. Yep. Load up. People are just offload, just like they did with records a few years ago. You couldn't give away a record. Go buy CDs, everybody. Yeah, absolutely, Dawn. But load up on them because, again, maybe not right now. You can't get a lot for them, but if you load up on them and the CD thing, the trend continues. I'm going to show a graphic. I'll show everybody the graphic since I mentioned it. Hold on. It's going to be in my video, but I took a couple of graphics right out of Discogs, which is a great source for all things music. And it has trends. Where the heck did I put it? The last like 2 years or something, CDs. I mean, I'll give you the abridged version. I'll show you the graphic, but they've gone up almost 250% in sales on the platform, on Discogs, which again is a huge music platform for those of you who don't know records and CDs. CD sales on Discogs have increased like 250% in the last year and a half. CD listings on Discogs have increased like 400% in that same period. So all of a sudden people are getting into them again. I know they're not super valuable right now, even when you try to sell them. But again, if you could 5 times your money on this stuff, and they ship, you could store, I have a whole stack. You could store hundreds of them, in a really small space. I'm sure everybody knows what a CD looks like. But anyway, stacks of them. They're easy to ship. They ship media mail. They're all under £1 when you ship a media mail, unless you do it on Whatnot, of course. But CDs. New video coming out probably tomorrow now that I mentioned it. So I want everybody to hopefully check out that video. Maybe I'll get a new audience with music people, because that's really my real thing is music. I like print ads, but music is my life. I could talk music till the cows come home. Oh my goodness, everybody's getting on the CD question. Okay. Don't get the Mitch Miller CDs is correct, because they're going to do the same thing that the Mitch Miller records do. Or in my case, Bobby Vinton. I have like 400 Bobby Vinton records I can't get rid of. I think I'm going to do a bonfire with them soon. Olivia Newton-John, sure. I have Olivia Newton-John's greatest hits right here next to me. Would a Little More Love Make It Right? Great song, by the way. Joan Baez. Just cleaned up a Joan Baez best of made in West Germany. Listening to a CD, Karen? Or a record? I guess CD, since we're all talking about CD. Yeah, of course. So do I. I mean, I don't know if most people do anymore. I guess in fact, it's so funny. We bought a new car in 2019. It was a brand new car. Cash, by the way, which I was very proud of. No more car payments ever. I'll never have another car payment as long as I live. But anyway, we have a Jeep that I use for my shows. And we picked up this nice little car, a Hyundai, Elantra or whatever, cash. And it was the first car I've had in the last 20 years or whatever that didn't have a CD player. And I was really baffled. I remember I felt stupid, but we were at the dealership. I'm like, where do you put your CD? And they're like, oh, now they have, I don't even remember what it was. They have, they have the screen where you could stream stuff. I'm not a streaming guy. But anyway, in my Jeep, I always crank, for my long road trips with the shows, I always bring a handful of CDs and crank them up. Right. No, definitely not. They're a lot less maintenance generally. As long as you keep them in good shape, keep them in their cases. You don't have to take the dust off and wash them and all that stuff. Hey, Deal Finder, welcome aboard. Welcome. Been holding on a bunch of CDs real cheap, like Zap. Well, Zap is always good. Absolutely. You've listed on eBay. You haven't listed, you mean, right? Still doing about $4,000 a month, just letting it go. So that's unbelievable. All right, man. Thanks for popping in, Popeye. See what I did? Yes, Pop Psych is awesome too. Absolutely. I'm just I sell on Discogs too, Keith. So like I'm always in Discogs. I always do, without question. If I'm going to sell it, I'm going to test it first. And with the records, I always clean them after they sell. I don't know if Keith does that. You could talk about that. You just sold a boatload, but I always clean my records before, like once they're purchased on eBay or Discogs or whatever site I sell them on, then I'll give them a nice cleaning. I have a record cleaning machine, clean them, put them in a new anti-static inner, and ship them out. Um, no, it's just the music. I don't think it's anything to do with. I don't know. Maybe there is a nostalgic. To me, it's so weird. Like they're the shortest. Like think about how recent they just came out. Sort of. You know what I mean? And they just disappeared quicker than they came out. Where records were around for eternity, CDs just kind of came and went because of the streaming stuff. It's not nostalgic to me. It's just it's a good music form. I mean, I remember when I think we talked about this months ago when CDs first came out. I had already had tons of albums from my whole life of collecting and loving music, and I wound up rebuying a lot of them on CD because they were the new thing, and you were promised, oh, it was going to sound so amazing, and you could hear the breath, and you could hear the cymbal, and you could hear the squeak of the drum pedal, and all this stuff. They hyped it up, and of course, none of that was true. And so I was kind of disappointed, and they were a fortune. You know, they were like twice the price of a record, and it was a big deal to buy a CD for me. Was like, oh my god, I'm going to go buy, you know, whatever Zeppelin 2 on CD. It was a big, big deal. There was a place called Compact Disc World on Staten Island that just opened up because it was a new phenomenon, sort of. But anyway, but they really, you know, they sound fine. Now I'm more used to it, I guess. And I'm sure the technology is a little bit better than they were initially when they first brought everything over from analog to digital. You know, you'd see AAD on the CDs because everything was analog prior to CDs, obviously. Oh yeah, yeah. I test. You know, I'm not going to list something if it's going to skip or scratch. That's just me. The 78s are the toughest only because, in general terms, the 78s are always going to sound old. They're always going to have kind of a little bit of wear sounding naturally, just because of the product itself. They're made on. They're not on vinyl usually, and they just have that inherent sound of a 78. And they're never like in the cleanest condition. So I'm just honest about that when I list them. But I test them too. I have a regular little, like a box record player that has 78 RPM on it. CD, cool. That's the one you bought. Hey, Lake Erie, what's going on? No, but I do love the Floyd. In fact, it's funny you just mentioned that. I was just watching an interview, a fairly recent interview with Roger Waters. He's out on tour right now. Love the Floyd. Really? That's weird. How do you not use? Oh, yeah, see, I don't do that. But that's okay. Only ones that I have. Only the ones that are bad. Most of them I let ride, and I haven't advised them they need to go cleaning. Yeah, so you don't even bother to clean them. I like to do that. I don't know. I like to, when I'm giving it to the people, I don't want to I totally understand that point of view, though. Like, you know what? Here it is as is. If you want to clean it, clean it. I just like to present it as a clean product so that it's playable for them. And again, clean just means, like I have a little verbiage in the bottom of my listings with that. When we say cleaning, just so everybody understands, it doesn't remove scratches or anything like that. If there's a scratch, there's a scratch. But it gets rid of basically just dust and fingerprints from the record. But it looks good. You know, they're glossy and they look nice. And I always put them in a brand new anti-static. CDs came out. Yeah, that's when did I first? 86, I think, was the first CD, and then 87 was when the Beatles CDs came out. So that was the first year I really got into buying, and I said, "Oh man, no, I got to buy all the CDs." And it used to be a big deal. I used to go after work on Sam Goody in Manhattan when the Beatles CDs came out in '87. I used to go right after work, and it was like $30. Like, it was a lot of money, you know. When you were making $250 a week, that was a lot of money, but I had to have them. And they were really good about the marketing. They would release a handful the first month, a handful the second month. And they coordinated it so that by June 1st, which was the Pepper anniversary, Sgt. Pepper was released 20 years ago today on June 1st. That was kind of cool. There you go. That's a great idea, Deal Finder. Yeah, I always used to have a cassette player too. Magic Platter. Yeah, we had a place called CD World, which had never existed until CDs came out. I mean, they became available at Sam Goody. There was a really big store in Manhattan called J&R Music World. I used to get CDs there in Manhattan all the time because it was a stone's throw. I used to work in the World Trade Center, and there's a place called Nassau Street right behind, which was like an outdoor market. And I used to go up and go down to J&R and buy records all the time and CDs. Exactly, Ali. Just like anything that's new, actually, right? DVDs were a fortune when they came out. Everything. 8-tracks used to be expensive. I remember 8-tracks in cars. I'm sure a lot of you do. I hope a lot of you do. Except for Dawn, because she wasn't born. Dawn was born. I'm not going to say. But I think she was born. CDs were already out when Dawn was born, just to give everybody to make you feel really old. Tower, absolutely. I don't know Turtles or Peaches, but Tower Records, absolutely. J&R Music World, man, that was the place. That was a great place in Manhattan. I lived in that place. I saw, it's funny, and they used to have, it was a big, like, three-story place, three-story store, and they used to once in a while have artists would come in, like if a new album was released by somebody, not like David Bowie, but like somebody that was, relatively obscure at the time. They would come in and kind of hawk their records, and they do autographs and stuff. It was really cool. I met a lot of people at J&R. Yeah, there you go, Dawn. God bless you, honey. Oh, really? You're young too? Good for you guys. It'll end soon, trust me. I still feel like I'm 12. But yeah, CDs, everybody. I can see I had a nerve here with everybody, which is kind of cool. But CDs, absolutely. I'm going to load up just like our record expert here just alluded to the fact that he's loading up on every CD he could see. And the man is selling $5,200 worth of merchandise on whatnot. How many shows, Keith? I can scroll back up. 2 or 3 shows, you said? Or 4 shows? Like over 1,000 a show? Phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal, man. And I'm sure you noticed this, Keith. There's not that many CD, in fact, if any, CD shows yet on whatnot. So it's another thing we might be able to get in on the whatchamacallit, on the bandwagon before everybody else gets into them. Yeah, you're probably the only two, I would think. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't know how old everybody is. I really don't care. We're all the same, except for Dawn. Dawn's special in the best of ways. Yeah, me too. I remember like early 70s maybe is when I chime in with music. I think they were probably out in like late 60s. But we had an E-track player in the car. We had a really nice stereo in my house with an E-track player. I always, even when they were newish, the 8-tracks, I was always annoyed by them because you could be in the middle of a song and it would flip over to the other side, like you could make all this noise, which is awful. Well, there you go, Karen making us feel good. Yeah, exactly, Deal Finder. She graduated in 70. That's awesome. You found a print ad. Oh, yeah, sure. Great. By the way, great tip right there, Rutan. Columbia House. All those, they would constantly have, they weren't really, I guess they were ads, right? But sometimes they were 2 or 3 pages long and you would literally select what record you wanted and, mail it in with a check for $5 or whatever. Random House was another one. Columbia House. Who else? There was a couple of places like that did that. And anyway, they would send you like a series of records if you subscribed to their thing. And then you had to pay every month or every year. I don't remember what it was. And you would get X amount of records sent to your house. And those are fantastic things to look out for, Rutan. Absolutely. Because the artists that are featured on those ads can make it very marketable. Oh my God, the OJ car. I was driving home from work and everybody was talking about it. And we were listening on the radio and I used to live like it was a 2-hour drive each way. It was awful. And we thought for sure it was going to end by the time we get home. And we got home and it still wasn't on. It still was going on. And we ran to the television. And it's sad. Everybody thought, remember when he pulled into the driveway, everybody thought he was going to come out and shoot himself that's what I thought. We said, oh my God, he's going to come out and shoot himself on live television. But he didn't. But then again, Dawn was probably 12 and doesn't remember. That's hysterical. Your Dawn Zelda. Hey, Mother's Mustache, welcome. Oh, please. Wow. What a debacle that was. Yeah, my oldest daughter was 3 when the OJ thing happened. Yeah, right? That's crazy. All right, guys, we've been on an hour. Does anybody want to list some stuff or you just want to keep chatting? I'm good with either one. It's Friday night. It's hot. I have a very busy day coming up Sunday. I have a very busy day coming up tomorrow with my wife. We're going to take care of some household items that need tending to, that haven't been taken care of in donkey's years, as they say. Cleaning, stuff like that, organizing. So we're going to spend the day tomorrow together. I am not going to set foot down here into my eBay abyss. Not going to turn the computer on. Don't have to worry about shipping anything because it's Saturday, right? So we're going to spend the day tomorrow together, cleaning, straightening up. And then Sunday, on the road in 100 degrees. Yeah, that's another big thing. Absolutely. Yeah, it was just wacky. A wacky format. Yeah, it's one of them, Barbara, right? It just looked like, again, hey, Jeff, welcome. For people, like, seriously, people like Dawn and Allie, if you were younger, and, I'm sure you remember it, obviously, but it wasn't, I guess, that impactful if you were a kid still. The shock was it was O.J. Simpson. Like, let's all step back. O.J. Simpson was like a beloved, great football. I remember when he played football. It was a Buffalo Bills and a great running back and all that stuff. And then he was a movie star and he was doing the Hertz commercials. He was like a beloved institution in the country. I'm trying to think of who to equate it to. It's like, I can't even think of anybody now, but picture like Johnny Carson, not Johnny Carson, picture like, somebody that's commonly loved out there suddenly doing something similar. It was just so crazy and hard to believe, Hey, Noel, hold on. She's moving storage units and listing. Yay, spent the morning finishing getting my basement after shipped. Holy moly, what a day. Rinse and repeat tomorrow. Gonna be in the hundreds. You're going from 73 to 100 tomorrow? Indeed it is, Artie Mike. Indeed it is. Because have you noticed the sun hasn't set? Where is it? It's in the same spot. It's only 7 o'clock in the summertime, so we still have like another hour and a half of daylight. And now it's 92 degrees in my neck of the woods. Yeah, exactly, Barbara. It was just shocking, There you go. Steve saying Tom Brady. Yeah, just picture anybody that's really like Americana personified, if you will. You know what I mean? He was not goofy, but he was, he was in the Naked Gun movies and stupid stuff like that. He was just an iconic football player, obviously, and a celebrity, a commonly accepted nice guy celebrity, at least we all thought. Crazy. Elias versus OJ. Who's Elias? Elias? Am I saying that wrong? Elias? I'm not sure what you're saying. Oh, that's funny. Oh, of course. Well, don't even get me started on that one. That's my boy. That's who I portray. My hero. I was in high school and watched Monday Night Football, like a lot of people watching Patriots and who the heck did they play? I should know this. Redskins? I remember watching Monday Night Football and Gifford came on and then Howard Cosell make the announcement. And I went to the Dakota every single year from 81 until not that long, maybe 10 years ago. Every single December 8th, we would go up to the Dakota. They had vigils every single year. And my wife and I still go all the time to what is now Strawberry Fields. Put a print of hot dessert or desert. Yeah, that's cool. We have really high humidity here. I know you're asking Noel, but of course that absolutely makes a difference. When 95 feels like 110 with the humidity, right? But out in the desert, they call it dry heat. The way I look at it is 105 is hot. Whether it's dry or humid, it's still pretty hot. All right. Bam, bam, bam. Let me close 2 windows out. And if you'd like, would you guys like to do a little listing? Let me know. Or you just want to chat? As I said, I'm good with either. I do want to get rid of those. This is the last batch of ads from that one magazine that we've been working on for 3 shows or so, 1918. And thanks for the thumbs up, guys. If anybody hasn't left a thumbs up, I would appreciate it. If you're enjoying this evening's festivities, if you please be kind enough to leave a thumbs up, I would really appreciate it. Karen says, sure. Okay, cool. Yeah, we might as well bang it out, right? Or at least a few of them. I did, I alluded to this earlier in the show. I don't know how many people were on listening when I said this, but what I did is broke tradition a little bit, and I just picked ads that were smaller than the traditional full size ads. Yeah, exactly. We'll wind up chatting again, but that's okay. It's all part of it, right? You found a stack of Navy Mag. Oh, very cool. Sailor base. So there's a sailor in every ad. Is that what you're saying? I would imagine if it's a Navy magazine. That's awesome. All right. Yeah. Let me bring up the screen. And you're right, Jeff. Absolutely. We'll wind up chatting. But so what? It's all part of the game. It's a joy. But hopefully we'll get a couple up. Again, maybe we'll see some live action snafus here on eBay. I don't know. I haven't had any issues, knock on wood, listing yet. Just shipping and sending offers. So far this part works. That's good. Let me increase the font again for popular demand. All right, everybody see? Got a bunch of life mag. There you go. 70s. The only, yeah, exactly. Well, I haven't listed any of them yet, Karen. I have tons. That's the last, let me see. Yeah, I think mine only go to the 70s. And like up until like McGovern, like 72, I think, is pretty much the end of my run with the lives. Most of mine are earlier, 30s, 40s, 50s. I still have tons I still have to list and break up. But we're getting there. And like as you see, obviously with this, let me turn my fan on. I'm starting to sweat down here. As you see here, I have other magazines, obviously. Like this one is Ladies Home Journal. You have some humidity. Yeah. A lot of rain, though. I guess that's the one drawback. We just had friends in. Speaking of which, Noel, we had friends in last weekend that reside in the beautiful state of Oregon. And we made plans to go out there and visit them. They live in, God only knows, they don't live in Portland. They live on like the east side of Oregon, so they're closer to Idaho. And we might go up there in the springtime to visit them. So maybe we'll get to meet you. Because if we're getting that far, I mean, what's another couple hours driving? I wouldn't mind. With all the shows I do all over the country, that's one area of the country. I was in Spokane, Washington, but I've never been to Seattle. I've never been to the state of Oregon. It's one of the few states I haven't been, along with Idaho. So on this trip, I'll be able to bang out both of them. We're definitely going to drive across to Idaho, even just to say I'm in Idaho and turn around. But that's an area that, for whatever reason, other than the one trip to Spokane, I've never been up in that Northwest. It is beautiful. It's very different. You love it here. If you're back home, you'd be dead, living off the grid, no humidity. Yeah, absolutely true. Now, well, the thing is, Deal Finder, because I've heard stories of that too, which thank God I haven't experienced. Did you really send $1 off, or did you send something that you, like, let's say you thought you were sending a $20 offer and it actually went out as $1 offer? Because I've heard people talk about that's happened. I think it was on Don's show. Somebody had mentioned that they did something like that. They sent an offer of, let's say, 10% off or whatever, and the receiver got an offer for $1 when it was supposed to be like 100 or something ridiculous. And supposedly eBay swept in and said that was a mistake, because that could be really bad, giving stuff away at that point. You live in East Oregon? Oh, cool. Maybe we'll meet up, Muzz Mustache. I don't know the town. I'm sorry. I'll find out from my wife. Long story short, she didn't grow up. She spent like 3 or 4 years. The girl that came down with her husband spent like 3 or 4 years in the area where my wife grew up, and then they moved out there when they were like in beginning high school, I think. So they hadn't seen each other in a long time. And it was really a nice time, and they invited us up to stay. So we'll definitely go up and visit. Paul Revere, sure. Cherokee people. Da 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 da. Cherokee tribe. Do you really? Cool. Yeah, so we'll have to hopefully visit. You're east of the mountain range. The other side is terrible. The Portland side, they're having shooting. Yeah, I know Portland's getting some bad rap for the last couple of years, and it's sad because that's a town I really wanted to check out. But she said the same thing, like stay out of Portland. It's unfortunately turning into a dump. So, yeah, that would be great. We will, Noel, definitely. We don't have a time pinned down. I think we tentatively said the spring, which is still, it's almost a year away. I hope we could do it before that, but it's going to be a thing for us. They drove out here. They did a cross-country drive, and then they drove back home. They're probably home now. They left Monday. They drove all the way back across. They stayed here for like a week. We spent the weekend with them, showed them around and stuff, and went to dinner and breakfast and all that, and they drove back. We will not be driving across. We will be flying. The question is, where are we going to fly into? I don't know. Does Oregon have any other airports I don't mean this sarcastically, I mean it seriously. Do they have any other airports other than Portland, like international airports? I don't know. I can't even name another town. Is Bend, Oregon, a town? It's just an area I'm not familiar with at all. Oh no, see, here we go. Karen, Doug, Paul Revere. Well, that's true. It's sad that you become immune to it, though. That shouldn't be, I don't think I did send to the buck. I thought that was... Yeah, exactly. So you could look. It might be glitch deal finder. I've heard people talk about that. It was probably several weeks ago when it was brought up on that show, but I know it was a thing. I haven't been bitten by that, thank goodness. My thing, again, for those of you who might have joined the last few minutes or last hour or so, this morning I was unable to send any packages out. Couldn't do shipping from eBay. And there was a banner, which a few people said they saw the same things, apologizing, saying that UPS, USPS were having problems. Please be patient or something. But then when I went to Pirate Ship, everything worked fine, except for the media mail items. And basically, long story short, I waited about an hour, and I was biting my nails because my mailman was about to show up. And I had like 3 or 4 records to pack up, 1 book. And all of a sudden, when I went to Firefox browser, it suddenly came on. So I printed the labels really fast. And then yesterday, was it yesterday or the day before, I wasn't able to send offers out to anybody. It kept saying, mistake, try again later, try again later, try again later. It never worked. So I had a whole day where I couldn't send offers, which is that's an impact, right? I'm sure a lot of you guys send offers out. And even if 10, 20% are accepted, that's a nice little uptick in sales. And when it's taken away from you, no good. Paul did his best to stave off the British. Yeah. The British are coming. And your Chevrolet, yeah. That's all the crap we have on the news. Is all. Yeah, that's probably true too. She's defending her town, folks. Oh my God. Yeah, I spent some time in Atlanta. I spent a couple of months in Atlanta once, and it wasn't pleasant. Oh, is that how you did it? I wasn't even able to get to the point where I could generate a label, Steven. That was my debacle this morning. It just kept saying, what was that? I should have taken screen prints. I was actually thinking of doing a video about that, like one of those quickie videos, but I didn't. I don't want to bore people with it. But I was thinking of taking screenshots of the 2 or 3 different weird errors I got today, just to see if anybody else. I should have thrown that on Instagram. Said, hey, anybody else experiencing this? But basically, my shipping thing it was just saying unable to. Like you get to the whole point where you can enter your dimensions and your weight and everything was fine. But the purchase button at the bottom was grayed out. And it said something, unable to locate payment account. Something like that was the error I kept getting. I kept saying, try again later. You had an error too, refreshed. I tried everything. I did. Lori was talking about earlier about cleaning out your cache and all that nonsense. I did all that. But again, it's not us. I mean, it's not that suddenly every browser in the country was necessitated a browser cleaning, a cache cleaning. I even did an update to Chrome. You can update Chrome if you don't know, if you go into settings and just make sure it's the newest version. I thought maybe there was some. It's definitely eBay. They're doing something. Was it Lori again that said something about they changed some specifics or something universally a couple of days ago? That could be impacting it. There always seems to be, it's either a precursor of something big that's about to happen, or it's a kind of a collateral damage when they go in and do something. You have these weird little glitches that eventually iron themselves out. But that's a bad one when you can't ship. That's a bad one. Because of course that impacts your whole performance and all that. You got to go. I have the 1-day SLA, so I want to get my stuff out in the morning. I'm sorry, Kelly. I sat here and pulled the thing up and I didn't read it. You just clicked to sell someone that gave me a no healthy upstream. Oh my God. Well, maybe we'll experience this live, everybody. I hope not, but using Safari from your iPad. Okay. All right, you know what? Just for fun, let's do a really quick one. Let's see if we get any funky errors, and we could all say, ooh, together. To refresh everybody's memory, March 1918, Ladies' Home Journal. And you're going to see all the ads I picked for tonight's show are not the traditional, in this case, it's 16 by 11, big sheets. These are all the smaller ads. This one, the first few are all 8 by 5, which is basically like a quarter of a page. Still pretty big though, 8 by 5, and that's only a quarter of a page, right? And this is, I just pulled up any one. Like I said, let's see if we can get a listing up and see if it gives us any errors. But this is for something I've never heard of. Karpen Furniture. Anybody familiar with that? Karpen and Brothers Furniture Company. Little kid, I don't know if it's a boy or a girl, climbing onto a chair at the top. So let me just, we'll get into the usual fun, but I'm curious to see if there's going to be any snafus when it comes to listing tonight. Karpen Furniture. See what we got. And again, this is an antique print ad because it is older than 100 years now. So we have universally determined that anything over 100 years now goes in. Here we go. Advertising furniture now goes into a category called antique. And we have World War I era. And of course, as soon as I start listing, everybody writes a bunch of comments, and I feel bad, and I want to run back and read everybody's comments. You're afraid to list anything today. Well, we're going to see it together, Stephen. You have anybody's hand you can hold over there? Hold their hand. It's going to be all right. Everyone had shipping users. Yeah, that's a very good point. They were all different issues with different browsers too, right? What do you guys use out there? I'm using Google Chrome. I have to use Google Chrome for StreamYard, which is what we use, the program that we use to stream out to everybody on YouTube. I was going to list in, what's the new Windows one called? Edge. But it doesn't give the option to share the Edge screen, unfortunately. So I'm back on Chrome, for better or worse. No pressure to read your message. Yeah, likewise. And you're one of them, Kelly. Thanks for joining, man. I appreciate it. Absolutely. Custom issues. Yeah, exactly. You have your own customizable issues here on eBay. Look at me, just assuming great people. Of course, she took, yeah. Dawn steps up. Absolutely. Microsoft Edge. Correct, Ali. Thank you. Yeah, that's what I had, Rutin, this morning. I had that too. But I guess that wasn't true because it turned out when I went onto Pirate Ship, it was fine. And when I went into Microsoft Edge, as Ali pointed out, excuse me, no, I didn't use Microsoft. I used Firefox and it worked. So it was just Chrome that was, yeah, Karen, Chrome. Which means, again, eBay's doing something and it's affecting different browsers differently. And Chrome is the most popular browser nowadays. And there's some language stuff that's not jiving. Whatever code they added or deleted is impacting the ability of Chrome to display their website properly. Chrome here, there you go. S22 Ultra, eBay app, Firefox search engine. Oh, you're using phone stuff. We're quoting Fred Willard. Now the late Fred Willard. Didn't he just die recently? Rather be with you guys than the greatest people in the world. Ansley's got Bezos money over here. All right, guys. Let's see if we got a snafu, a live real-time glitch. Oh, does it really? Well, that's where you can use the trick that who just said they did this? I apologize. Somebody just wrote and said that they saved. You could just save it as a PDF route and then just print it from your save file if you have trouble printing right from the browser. Yeah, me too. Just because I have everything is on. I mean, I use 3 browsers, but Chrome is my main one. I have all my favorites and stuff tabs. All right, let's see if we can get this guy up. Really not a lot going on. We have this wacky furniture company I've never heard of. Has anybody heard of this Carpin Furniture before? And why did it not accept? Hold on. We did find a category that said furniture, right? Yes, household furniture. Did I not click that? I guess I didn't. Okay. Bam. We'll put, I know we like to talk about this, but I want to get this one. Little boy on chair. Anything else? Again, I don't know what my winter crow is, but hairdo, anything about that? Is it a Dutch boy hairdo maybe? Is the outfit anything famous? Is it Buster Brown shoes? Armchair of Adam design is constructed of solid mahogany. I'm going to put mahogany. That's good. I just want to get this one up, everybody, and see if we have any issues. Demons Furniture, black and white advertisement. And then after this one, presuming it goes through that issue, we'll get into our standard discussion about every picture. I just want to see if we have any issues right now. What's the brand called? Carpin. Karpen. It is a print ad, it is. 1918. US of A. Demas Furniture. All right, we're just going to let this one rip. I don't want to really get too into the woods with it. There you go, Stephen. Thank you. Fell off the planet in 1952. Works to our benefit from a collector's point of view, right? And thank you, Karen, as well, for doing your research. I appreciate both of you guys for helping me out with that. But that lends itself to being a more collectible item. It's something you can't get anymore. And that typically makes something a little more appealing. All right, let's just go ahead and list this. I'm sorry we're not spending any time on it, really. I just want to see if it works. Spinning, spinning, spinning. It says success, everybody. It says we have a successful listing. So now we can go through our drill. Now, whether it works again, only time will tell. All right. It looks like we're rocking and rolling, at least for the short term. So let's keep going. I promise we won't do the next one in 20 seconds. I know, right? Thank you, Dawn. Hooray. We would have went right back to the chat format. Let me just tell you. Thanks, you guys. Yeah, 1880 to 1952. Ooh, rooting with a thing that I missed. Prince Valiant hair. Is that right? Is that a style? Buzz mustache. Hand to everything holy. I do not have any of the issues with eBay. Oh, wow, really? Like never. Knock on wood. You don't use third-party tools or third-party access, except, drum roll. Well, PayPal and Pirate. Right. When you say third-party, you mean like a listing tool or anything like that? Like a what was it called? What is that listing thing called? List Perfectly or any of that stuff? And thank goodness you don't have any issues. I usually don't either. But it's been, I guess who said earlier, the last 2-3 days, tying right back to some sort of recommended specific update that they pushed out. I think it was Lori said on the 20th, which would be 2 days ago, right? Yeah, that kind of ties back to the time frame where everything went wonky for me anyway. Yeah, that's probably possible for sure. Yep. That's funny, Dawn. Oh, it was crazy. I was talking to Dawn off air this morning, and in the middle of my chaotic attempt at shipping, pulling my hair out, she said, "It's going to be okay. Take a deep breath." And I did. And I fired up the Firefox, and I got those last couple through. Does anybody use Pirate? I was going to say Pirate Bay. I use Pirate Bay, but don't say I do. Does anybody use Pirate Ship frequently? Is their like main mode of printing? Because I've used it a few times, always successfully. Other than, and this is my question: does anybody know a good way to get media mail option through Pirate Bay, Pirate Ship? Because I can't. I just again, I don't know if it's because I'm pulling in. It says pull in pending shipping orders from eBay, and the things I had issues. I said a few times, 3 records and 1 book this morning that were all media mail options. When I pulled it into Pirate Ship, I wasn't able to. The media mail wasn't an option. Like I hit the drop down, and it said like. It gave me 100 other options, everything but media. I don't know why. Again, I'm all the way. Let me catch up with some of this. Use Google and no third-party listening tools. I still had issues, right, Steven? Yeah. Because why wouldn't you have issues? I don't know. I mean, don't knock it. You're a lucky, lucky person. Yeah. Use it a lot, Jody? I don't know why I can't. Again, I don't know why I wasn't able to do media mail. I did all the other ones. I don't know. What did I have this morning? 10 or 11, I think I shipped. And 7 of them went without issue. They were first class or priority. Pulled right in, generated a label, bam, no problems. The 4 media mails, ungats. Yeah, you never know. It could be Russia, China. Name your country. P-Bay. Yeah, pirate. I'm sure you guys are aware of that. Some of you. I'm thinking Rutan knows Pirate Bay. It's clickable. It wasn't clickable for me on the media mail ones, though. Shippo, yeah, but that is Pirate Bay. No. Shippo, Rutan, was that's when you go out of Whatnot. It's been discussed before, and who knows if it's ever going to be fixed. But right now, they don't allow media mail, or they don't have an agreement to do media mail with Whatnot. You have to use their shipping. You have to print labels from their system. You can't go to Pirate Ship. I can't get the word out of my head. You can't go to Pirate Ship from Whatnot. You have to use their proprietary shipping platform. It's only USPS. You can't even do UPS yet out of Whatnot. It's only USPS, which is usually fine, but no media mail. And for us record sellers, that's a hindrance. People are spending a lot of money, spending $9.50 or whatever it is to ship 1 record, which is why the best bang for your buck would be to buy multiples. Or when I do my first ever CD auction coming up, as we talked about earlier, I want to be on the cusp of that. Just like my ads. Nobody's selling print ads, and I don't think anybody's selling CDs. If they are, there's only a handful. So I want to get on that and try to do some CD sales on Whatnot. Great shipping. They ship media mail. They're very simple to mail. Very simple to store and dirt cheap to buy right now. Yeah, anyway, Root and Shipping is Shippo is what generates from Whatnot. I can't. I'll show you next time, Lori. Oh, yeah, okay, I'll check it out. Maybe I'm missing a thing. It just didn't come up as an option at all. At the bottom of the screen, there's a thing. It says choose. Hold on. I'm going to go right to Pirate Bay. Pirate Ship. I'm going to show everybody what I'm talking about. Do I have any? Let me see if I have anything I need pending, because I could pull it in from eBay. At the top, it says import from eBay. But I don't have anything to go out right now. Let me see if I can go back to an old one. Input needed. Let me show you. I'm actually going to go on live onto Pirate Ship, everybody. I'm going to block the guy's address out, obviously. Now, this is a label I already generated successfully in Firefox, but it's still up here. And this was this was the White Album, Beatles White Album. Media Mail, if ever there was, right? So let me show you guys and tell me what I'm doing wrong. Let me save our draft here so we don't lose it. They do, Dawn, absolutely. They do. Just got another offer, folks, for a print ad. What do you know? 1927 Kelvinator refrigerator ad. Up for $14.99. Offer is $10. What would you do? What would you do? Would you say absolutely not? You could see the offer right here, right? What would you do, folks? Take the money and run because you realize it only costs a nickel? Would you counter offer about meet them in halfway, which is a common tactic? All right, let's get out of this for a minute so I can show you guys Pirate Ship. I use PayPal all the time, CJ, as well, including what I mailed out to you, which I heard you received successfully, thank goodness. But I did PayPal shipping for your item too. Yep. Surprise, see all US do. I mean, yeah, I know there was talk about that too because people are misusing it or whatever. Now you have to see if it's still there. It doesn't have media mail through in a while. Okay. Extra services. I'm going to pull the screen up, Ainsley, okay? Ainsley. All right. You guys learn me something here. Yes, they do, Dawn. Okay. Let's fire up Pirate Ship. Again, I'm just going to keep the guy's name out, okay? Let me share the screen. All right, guys. Here is a live Pirate Ship. Now, again, I can't do it because I already shipped this, but you'll see what I have in there. You see? It's a record. Excuse me, my voice is gone. Order details, Beatles White Album, right? Media mail item. When it says choose a service, this is what it defaulted to. Priority mail cubic, whatever that is. I don't even know if I've ever heard of that. Here's my drop down. I'm scrolling. Where do I scroll to? Scrolling. We're at the bottom of the page. We have buy label. We have absolutely no media mail options. So where's this extra services? What am I missing? This is the bottom of the page, Mother's Mustache. Do you see any other options? What am I missing? There's the top. Oops, you saw the guy's name. Don't follow him, please. These are my services available. And I guess you could just click on USPS, right? And that's all that comes up. You see how there's no media mail option? Previous page? What previous page? Down here somewhere? Here's the previous page. What's up, Tommy Bernard? How you doing? Where you put dimensions and weight. See, if I was to create a single label, let's just say, right? We'll do a fictitious one. Extra services. Qualifies for media mail. Is that the one right there, everybody? No, I'm not hitting the back button. Is that what I was missing? Yeah, Tommy, that's what I'm doing right now. But now I see this. It's just a radio button I have to tick. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. I didn't know that. How stupid is that? Why wouldn't it just come up as an option based upon what you... Well, anyway, yeah, you could always go the route like Tommy said of just doing an ad hoc one like this, just create a new one. But it's easy when you have, like this morning when I had like 10 or 11, whatever, you do import from eBay, pull them in. Right now I don't have any because I shipped everything, but pull them in. And now I know I'll have to go into that extra services and click the old test button. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Kind of stupid. Why isn't it just part of my menu of options? Well, anyway, thank you guys very much. Good job is right. Thank you. Mother's Mustache. Who else chimed in with the help there? Everybody saying take the offer. I know, right? $10 is $10. I agree. I'll take it. Exactly. Take the money and run is right, Rutan. What did it cost us? What did it cost us? I can tell you, matter of factly, the magazine cost about 50 cents. Out of that magazine, we probably got, let's just say conservatively, 30 ads. I'm not a mathematician, but what does that equate to per ad? 2 cents, not even 2 cents? That's a good return on your investment, isn't it? All right, so it was primarily Mother's Mustache guiding me through this process, right? Karen said yes, so I don't know if Karen's talked about yes, take the money and run. Thanks, guys. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, why make it too easy? Let's hide. That's a very eBay-esque move, actually. Let's hide a feature buried within some nonsensical area instead of just putting your shipping options. Oh, it's a media mail option? That's an eBay move. Well, anyway, thank you very much, guys. That's actually really helpful because it would have saved me some stress this morning. But like everything else, now we know, right? Some people abuse me. Yes, I know. Absolutely. Well, Tommy, like a few people alluded to this earlier, there's talk about media mail going bye-bye in general, apparently. It's still not available and whatnot, even though one of the marketing guys was on with Primetime probably a month and a half ago at this point, maybe 2 months ago, saying it was coming, it's coming. It hasn't come yet. And it's costing people a lot of money when you sell records or media. But not CDs, folks. Because let me just tell you. By the way, this is just a plug without meaning to be a plug. Paul Simon's, what's the actual title of this? Negotiations and Love Songs, 71 to 86. What a phenomenal record this is, CD this is. Truly phenomenal. Love some Paul Simon. Early memories. I remember being a little kid. Me and Julio Down by the Schoolyard was a big hit, and Kodachrome and all those. I love those songs, man. Great disc. And you don't have to worry about media mail, whatnot, and CDs because they're all going to be well under £1. So you won't have to worry about the $9 surcharge or whatever it is for priority. I think that's why too, Tommy. Oh, and guess what? You like the Ultras? Oh, I heard media mail was going up too. Yep. And it's, again, you're like Tommy said, it's people abusing the system and trying to, get around it. Bigger issues that all these platforms do now, the postage reseller programs. Yes, I know. I saw that. We still get a better rate than retail, I believe, but supposedly the discount is going to be a lot less than we get now, right? Absolutely, Rutan. 50 ways to, there's a song, as life goes on and one experiences things within life and has children or grandchildren and married and divorced, whatever we all go through in our life, right? Certain songs suddenly take on completely new meanings. One of my favorite songs of all time is suddenly a song called Slip Sliding Away by Mr. Paul Simon. You know that song? Slip Sliding Away. The lyrics are unbelievable. Like, I literally almost wept. Beautiful song. For you youngsters like Omnipresent Dawn who probably don't remember it and don't have the CD, go fire up Slip Sliding Away, Paul Simon, and listen. Beautiful song. Unbelievably prophetic song. Man. I was playing it right before the show, actually. But it's a great record. Kodachrome, Slip Sliding Away, me and Julio Down by Schoolyard, 50 Ways to Lose a Lover, Mother and Child Reunion's great. Kodachrome's a great song. Media mail now starting at $3.49 while first class starts at... Really? It's exceeded first class? Kind of defeats the whole purpose of having a separate category, doesn't it? Yeah, because you poor Canadians, you really do, no joke. You have awful mail service, right? Just like really expensive and difficult. Dawn's talked about that a lot, especially dealing with the States. That's great advice, Mother's Mustache. Somebody write that down. That's a T-shirt. In fact, let me accept that order while we're sitting here. Why let this guy wiggle out there in the wind? Let's just accept it. Let's take the money and run, as somebody said. $10 is $10. Cost me a nickel or less, right? What did we do the math? 50-cent magazine, 30 ads out of the magazines. How many pennies is that per ad? An actual cost. Or my math people. Dawn, put on Slip Sliding Away. I promise you. You know what else is? I'm sure a lot of people realize this, but now you see at the bottom of an offer when it comes in, this offer came in from a promoted listing standard ad. An ad rate will apply if you accept. So now they tell you, which they never did before. I kind of like that, but I still don't trust them because they could put that as a splash screen on every single item. How do you know if it really was? Well, anyway. So anyway, going in, you're going to get charged for the, you can get charged for promoting if you choose to promote. So we're going to accept. We're not going to get to hear the glorious cha-ching sound because my phone is my camera. But we have gleefully accepted the $10. We will take their money. And we will run. It's always good when you get a sale during the show, too. So that's 2 offers I've had during the show so far. On eBay, Amazon, Shippo, Pitney Bowes, etc., all into the reseller program. Yep. Oh, of course. It always does, Stephen, right? Mail in general always goes up. Oh, really? Okay. Good to know about comparison of the 2 prices of a lit piece of media on the forensics. Yeah, that's actually a great point about how close they are. Wiggling in the wind. Good idea. Exactly. We're not going to bail on the show, obviously. Yeah, great songwriter. I think underappreciated. People used to call him like a poor man's Bob Dylan. I think he blows Dylan away. I'm not a big Dylan guy. I understand. I respect his impact on music, especially amongst other musicians that all treat him like royalty. I respect his songwriting and his lyricship. I think it's understood he can't sing. Not a big Dylan guy. Paul Simon sings, plays, writes beautiful songs. Can everybody tell me what an ultra is? At the risk of sounding really stupid, I have no idea what that is, but they're comfortable, whatever they are. What's an ultra? Neither do I, Root, and I agree. But people used to sort of knock on Paul Simon that he was like a poor man's Dylan. He writes some great songs, Mr. Simon. Fun fact, my band, not the band I'm in now, but a band I was in it was right after 9/11, so 2001, 2002. We opened for Art Garfunkel. That was kind of cool. Art Garfunkel was doing a solo show at the Rainbow Room in NBC in Manhattan, Rockefeller Center, and we opened with my Beatlemania show, we opened for Art Garfunkel. So I got to meet him. He was very nice. Beautiful voice, angelic voice. Ever played or ever wrote? I like some of, you bring up a great point, Tommy. The thing about Dylan, for me personally, everybody else does great versions of his songs, but then you listen to his songs and they're terrible. Well, not terrible, but then they're nowhere near as good as the cover versions. Of course, the Byrds made a career covering Dylan, and a lot of people did. Listen to the Mighty Quinn, great song, but then you listen to Dylan's, it sounds terrible. Ultras are a comfortable shoe. Okay, cool. Thanks for that. Yes, he did recently. No, Paul Simon did, didn't he? Didn't Paul Simon too? Yeah, they cashed in. Look at Dawn. Unpopular opinion, but as great a lyricist as Dylan as I can't stand his voice. No, it's not unpopular. Oh, no, Neil Young is, come on. Neil Young is phenomenal. I love Neil Young's voice. He has an astoundingly good voice. Yes, it can grate on you because it's high, but Neil Young is special. Yeah, it's a good song. You Can Call Me Al was the other big hit, right? On Graceland. But I'm telling you, everybody, if re-listen to Slip Sliding Away, what a song. My God, the words. We all go to our jobs, collect our pay. believe we're gliding down the highway, but in fact we're slip sliding away. It's kind of talking about how we're all dying slowly, how we're all suffering over something, and it goes through a series of things. But the term slip sliding away. The nearer your destination, the more you're slip sliding away. How it's all futile. You know, it's put your head in the oven kind of music, but it's really good stuff. That's funny. Not a Dave Matthews guy either at all. My wife liked him. My wife's like 10 years younger than me, and she loves that. She loves 90s stuff. He's all right. Got a weird voice too. Who's the guy that came out? Dave Matthews is out a while, and then the newer guy who's now considered like this great guitar player. I can't think of his name. Your body is Wonderland. What's his name? Sounds just like Dave Matthews to me. What's his name? Yeah, Hendrix made Watchtower's own song. Mighty Quinn is much better cover than original. That's not even a matter of opinion. That's just a fact. Like, look at Dawn. But Dawn was probably 10, so that's the difference. Fluffy marshmallows. Ah, very cool. Courtesy of Tommy Bernard, huh? Highly recommended shoes. John Mayer, yeah, Dawn. I think he sounds exactly like the other guy. Dave Matthews. I saw Dylan at the Beacon Theater in like 87, 86, 87. And it was cool, but it was more about just, wow, that's Bob Dylan. You know what I mean? And he's notorious in concert to like completely change his songs. And he's a very moody. So was Neil Young, by the way. I also saw Neil Young at the same exact location. And same thing with Neil Young. Like he'll walk off stage if he's in a bad mood. He's wacky people sometimes. Yeah, John Mayer. I think they sound exactly the same vocally. But John Mayer is very good guitar player. They're almost like Dave Matthews Band. He has doesn't he have like a 10-piece band or something? What you just said about seeing them in concert, it's a good experience. I'm sure a lot of you remember the Grateful Dead. I got to see I had never seen the Dead, and I saw them before Jerry passed, like, I don't know, whatever, a couple years before. And I was never a big Grateful Dead fan, but I was told constantly, you got to go to see, it's an experience when you go to their shows. It's not just about the music, it's the whole thing. And it was a giant stadium right across from New York, and it was the parking lot was packed for hours and hours, and people were cranking the music and throwing frisbees and smoking, and everybody had tie-dyes on and all this stuff. And you definitely get into the atmosphere. That I agree with. But being a musician myself and all, like, maybe I'm more critical. When I actually walked in and listened to them and watched them, they were so sloppy and out of tune and blasé, and we walked out. Like, there's only a couple shows in my life I've ever walked out of, and that was one of them. But the only reason I'm making a correlation with Dave Matthews, I could see people getting into like the experience and the fun of the show. I think they were much better musicians. I don't know why I brought the Grateful Dead up, but anyway, a lot of people said that about the Dead, like it's an experience, and I did get to see them the one time, and personally, not a fan. You mean Loves? I'm not really comparing the music necessarily. I'm just saying their voices. When Mayer came out, body is one. He sounded that same raspy. I thought it was Dave Matthews Band. John. Tom Waits is a great writer. You like Rod the Mod? I saw Rod Stewart a few times. Mother's Mustache, again with an endorsement here. I'm going to have to look these up. Oh, are you really, Kelly? Well, who's our contenders for Baby of the Chat? We have Omnipresent Dawn and we have Allie, are both kids born in the 80s. I think they're the youngest. So if you can beat that, then we will crown you. I don't know who Tim Reynolds is. Who is Tim Reynolds? Is he a solo guy? Yeah. He's one of the most unique guitar players. He's an innovator of the instrument. I would agree with that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Dawn. Them's just fighting words, right? The world would be a better place if. Oh wow, Kelly's younger. Oh my God, Dawn. And Kelly, to confirm, you are a man, correct? I apologize. It's just that's one of those names that can go either way, but I think we discussed once before. Dawn, what's up with this? Kelly swooping in and taking your throne? There's a lot of them. If everyone was in comfortable, oh, absolutely, the world would definitely be a much better place. Mermaid, yes. Happy Feet Matter, yes. Wasn't that a movie too? 7 people on stage most of the time, 2 people to replace each founding member that dies. Oh, really? They have a merry-go-round of people? Bonamassa is good. He was a kid. I remember seeing him as a little kid on he was on TV as like a 10-year-old or something. There's like this with BB King, and he was this like prodigy. He's definitely very good. He's a student of the blues. Yeah, Bonamassa is good. You don't like Rod the Mod. I love the only Rod Stewart stuff. I like his version of First Cut is the Deepest a lot. I think it's the definitive version. I love his stuff with Jeff Beck Group. Do you have the Truth album, Rootin'? I love his vocals on Truth. Ain't Superstitious, and they do a version of You Shook Me, Zeppelin song. Same, actually, prior to Zeppelin 1 coming out. I love, go get yourself Jeff Beck Truth on CD. Cheap, great album. It's kind of what Zeppelin 1 turned out to be a few months before. Ronnie Wood's on that too. 89, You Were Born? Wow. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, Tommy's a shoe guru. Okay, cool. You really have. With authority, too. Dawn, now, you know. Gonna start calling her Grandma Dawn. My God. Yeah, we're out, Lori. Yeah, Kelly is just like slaughtered everybody, actually. Dude. Yeah, that's cool. I'll look them up. I was lucky enough, I've been seeing concerts most of my life. I've seen a lot of great artists. I saw Stevie Ray Vaughan like 10 times. And it's a sin because I remember the last time we saw him was in the Garden State Arts Center, which is a venue in New Jersey. And it was the same summer he died in 90. And I remember saying after the show, well, we don't need to see him anymore, because it was kind of the same thing every show. As phenomenal as he was, he opened for Robert Plant on the Now and Zen tour. I saw him then. I saw him at the Benson and Hedges Blues Festival with his brother. That was a great show, man. If you guys like the blues, my God, there's a thing called the Benson and Roy Buchanan. Absolutely. Great call, Memphis Blazer. Roy Buchanan is amazing. Speaking of the blues, yes, I love Roy Buchanan. Steve Ray was great. I got to see him, like I said, probably 10 times. I'll never forget, because when he opened for Robert Plant on Now and Zen tour, 88, and he was already out for a few years and had a few albums. But, he did Voodoo Child. You know how most opening acts for concerts, you don't even go in until the real act comes on and you kind of just hear him in the background? Well, because Stevie Ray Vaughan was pretty known, like he had maybe 2 or 3 albums at that point. He wasn't huge, but he was kind of an underground blues hero guy. He opens up for Plant. Everybody's going to see Plant because there was all these rumors of a Zeppelin reunion. It was right the same month as the Atlantic Records reunion, if you guys remember that. May of 88, Meadowlands. Well, anyway, we went in, we're like, we'll check out Stevie Ray. And when he did Voodoo Child, and he literally like had the guitar behind his back, and we were like, he floored us. He had the place like going berserk, opening act. Think about that, right? It's such a sin. He died so young. We used to do, when he was alive, I was in a cover band for 4 or 5 years already at that point in Manhattan. We used to play after work, and we were a house band at this place called Stone Street Cafe in Manhattan. Anyway, we used to do Stevie Ray songs all the time, and like Look at Little Sister and stuff. And I'd seen him so many times, and it's just such a sin. I remember literally saying, oh, well, we don't need to see him anymore. We've seen him enough. And then he goes and gets killed. Not cool. Who's a lifeguard? Steve Ray Vaughan? I bet he's not a. No, I was gonna say a helicopter pilot. That's not cool. But I got to see, I got to see Frank Sinatra at the same venue. Garden State Arts Center, same year, I think, with the whole Sinead O'Connor nonsense. Remember when she ripped the picture of the Pope? Well, Sinatra came on like the next night at the show, and he was like cursing around. He's like, I'm going to go punch her in the mouth. I'm going to go punch that broad in the mouth. We were at that show. And it was cool, but it was just like I said about Dylan earlier. It was just really, okay, we saw Sinatra. That was great. He was declining, unfortunately, and his memory wasn't great. Like he was forgetting lyrics to songs he had sang 50, 60 years. Mostly because most bands are terrible. It depends on who you see, Tommy. I mean, I've seen a lot of bands that are phenomenal live. But I know what you want. If you want to hear, the Eagles are one of the best bands as far as like replicating the records. They sound ridiculously like the records. I like a little bit of fun when I see a live show. You want to hear a little difference, but I know what you said. You don't want to be, actually, you don't want to hear Dylan because Dylan does completely different versions of his songs in different keys and everything, which is very annoying. Surprised you remember that, just so some people don't pay attention. Remember the Band Naked Ladies Festival before they got famous? They were good to watch. Oh, yeah. I hate to bring this up. And people are going to think, yeah, right. But this is all true. I promise you. My cousin grew up in a town called Sayreville. Well, didn't grow up. He moved to a town called Sayreville, New Jersey. I grew up in Staten Island. Sayreville was right over the bridge in maybe 25, 30 minutes, which seemed like a different country when I was growing up. Well, anyway, down the street from my cousin was a town called Parlin. And there was this kid that lived there that used to go to a drugstore called Pinky's. And when the video games first started coming out, like Space Invaders and all that kind of stuff, when the video, not pinball, but actual video games would come out, we used to go down to Pinky's all the time. It's like high school years, and we used to go down a hill and go to Pinky's. My cousin and I would just play games and stuff. Well, anyway, one of the frequenters of that place called Pinky's was a kid named John Bon Jovi, whose last name is not Bon Jovi. It's like Bon Jovi or whatever. He had dark hair. He used to always wear a dungaree jacket. And I hate to say this, he was the biggest jerk. At that age, I guess, he was just such a jerk. I hate him to this day. I hate their music. But I knew him when he was like 18, 17, 18, 19, maybe something like that. He's like 4 years older than me, I think. But God almighty, I hated them. And I'll never forget, fast forward a couple of years, we're at Seaside Heights, my friends and I, which is just a Jersey beach town thing. And who's up on stage but John Bon Jovi with his band doing the song Runaway? They were like a new band or whatever. And I'll never forget that day because I was I'm like, that's that kid from the pool. It's not a pool hall. It was called Pinky's drugstore. But they had a pool thing in there too. And I'm like, I can't believe my story with him. The reason I hate him so much is we were playing football on my cousin's block in Sayreville. And anybody who can relate to growing up and throwing the ball around, whether it's like having to catch a baseball, throwing a football, throwing a frisbee, right? Picture the scene. You're out in the street with a bunch of your friends. And let's say at that point I was like 13 or so, right? We're throwing the football. There was always like the big kids or whatever, like if you're 13, the 18-year-old or the 17-year-old comes waltzing down thinking they're cool and they're smoking. Well, one of these kids with his little gang wound up being John Bon Jovi. And he's like, hey, throw the ball to me or whatever. So we throw the ball, and of course he takes it and he like wails it 3 blocks away and then laughs and walks away and curses at us or whatever. I know it sounds so stupid, but it left an imprint on me to this day that I can't get past. And then when they became so popular, and I genuinely hated their music. I hate his voice. I hate their music. But that's just one guy. I literally hate him. So if you're out there, John, I remember you when. Hope nobody likes that clown because he's an idiot. Or at least he was when he was 18. But it's all true, folks. It's all true. My wife knows never to mention or play a song by that idiot. Your life got it for 10 years. Wow. After getting pulled over too much, I had to change something. What are you doing getting pulled over, Kelly? That's the bigger question. Oh, you're too. Oh, okay. You're in Whatnot all the time, Kelly. I see in Whatnot on various shows. What is that? What is that thing? Explain to me, Muzz Mustache, what that is, please. Bloody nails? I don't know what that is. Oh, did you really? Yeah, Old Bridge, sure. Are you still up in that area, Karen? Come see our show Sunday. Not too far from there, like half an hour up the turnpike. Oh, I didn't know you were a fanatic. They never played a song 2 days in a row. Yeah, I love. Yeah, I don't know. I like a happy medium between the two. Personally, I like some variety that makes it exciting, and to see a live performance and variations on songs. But I don't want it to be so radically different that you don't even recognize it anymore. You know? Yeah, I can't stand them. Not going to keep talking about it, but hate them. That's a sin. Tragic. Oh, that's painting fingernails. Okay. Oh, you don't live there anymore. Okay. Well, Karen, we're playing. Where else are we playing? I'd love to see you at a show. We're playing. We play in Jersey constantly. Where else are we playing? Playing at Sea Isle. You know what Sea Isle is? Next week. Next weekend. That's a nice show because that's like a big outdoor amphitheater thing. So if you're not too far from Sea Isle, check us out. Yeah, I could tell. He's the one. Same person you want. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you're the one. He's got a lot of people buying his collection. Let me tell you. It's funny when he first started that. We joked about that. We said he's going to launch like 25 new careers in postcard sellers. I picked up a few lots as well. Popeye. So Karen, if you're wherever you are, if you're anywhere near Sea Isle City, we're playing there next. I was going to look that up before and I didn't. I'm sorry. Hold on. We were playing Sea Isle. When are we playing Sea Isle? August 6th at 7:30. We're playing in Woodbridge on August 9th. We're playing in Ocean City, Maryland on August 14th. We're playing in Basking Ridge on the 16th. We're in Jersey constantly. We're playing in Linden. We're playing in Stone Harbor, New Jersey at a theater. That's a nice event. We just played there. We're playing again in August. We're playing in Manalapan. We're playing in... Where's my show this week? Sunday. Florham Park. Cinnaminson. That's a place I've never been, but we're playing there. So we're covering the whole state. Karen, there's basically no excuse. You got to go see us at one of these shows, all right? And come up and say hi. I'd love to meet you. You bought 100 lots? Holy cow. Good for you. I hope you listed them. Don't just buy them. Get them listed. All right, guys. Let us, what time is it? 8 o'clock already. You want to get a couple more listings up? Congratulations, Karen. That's because I said you got to go see my show. Yes, it's spring Summerfest, Tommy. We play that all the time. There's a Summerfest and there's a Springfest in Ocean City, Maryland. We played the Summerfest a few times. Cool, man. You want to come see me on when are we playing in Ocean City? And where are we playing in Ocean City? Hold on. We are playing Ocean City, Maryland on we're playing in Bethany Beach, Delaware. When the heck is a place called Northside Park, Ocean City, Maryland on August 14th? Those are all free shows, which is cool. The whatchamacallit show is a ticketed event. The Harbor Square Theater in Stone Harbor, New Jersey, if that's anywhere near you, Karen. That's August 28th. That's a ticketed event. The other ones are all free shows. They're just these big outdoor events that we do all summer long, every year. That's cool, Tommy. So you're in Ocean City. Then you can take video and you can post it and say, look who I see. Stone Harbor? Okay, cool. I'll send you, if you'd like, Karen, seriously, if you want to go, get your tickets because it's a small theater. It only fits like 280 people or 300 people. And it's ticketed. And they have a VIP section too, which is kind of cool. You sit up front and you get to do like a meet and greet with the band and everything, if you'd like. Oh, that's cool. Is it the Summerfest thing? Even though it's October, which is crazy. They have Summerfest like at the end of the year for some reason. OAR? I don't know who that is. Or? There you go. It's got to be done, Karen. Kelly's got 28,000 listings. Congratulations. Holy cow. What's your eBay store, Kelly? Same thing, 207? You can go check out Kelly. If you give me your store name, I'll put a link for you. Used to, Steven? Do you have a bunch of cards? Oh, cool. We're also playing in what's the other one in Delaware? I just said, Tommy. I just said it. Bethany Beach. Are you in, is that what it's called? Bethany Beach? We're playing there too if you're anywhere near that. No need. See, he's a confident boy, Kelly. He's like, no need to share. I don't need your help. I'm making 20,000 a day. Thank you very much. Have you thought about posting some issues? Nah. We don't record most of the shows. You can't. Like, I mean, you can, but they never come out that good. We have some that we play where they televise them, like local cable companies will televise the show. That might be, good enough quality. The other ones are just kind of like, there's too many people. Like if you're just on a big field outside with lawn chairs and stuff, it's, you know what I mean? Jody, it's not going to come out that great. If they're recorded, like professionally recorded, then I would consider putting something like that up, but not on my Jiminy Flip It. That's for reselling. Yeah, that would be cool. Oceans Calling Fest. Okay, cool. I haven't heard about it. That's a cool name too. Very, very cool. The thing about doing all these shows this time of year, like we have a bunch June, July, August, and then we have like a few in September and then only one in October so far. It makes the summer, which always goes fast, go even faster because like you're playing. And then all of a sudden, my God, it's September. Like what happened? Oh, Dawn. See, Dawn took the liberty to post your stuff. Sorry, Kelly. Go check out Kelly, regardless. Wow, that's awesome, man. Congratulations. But you know what I mean, Jody? Like, it's just the quality thing. Like, I would, if I was going to post something, I would want it to be really good quality video of a show. People record all the time. You can't stop them anymore. But everybody records, and you'll see people just post on their own YouTubes. I saw a band last night or whatever. And sometimes it's like, it gives me chills because it's like just awful quality, or like they're moving around like this. And some shows we do that are like in a theater environment where it's a closed. Oh, we're playing a really nice venue in Washington, D.C. that we just got September 10th or something. That's something that I know they always, we've played there a few times and they always record it. So if that comes out well, I'll get my hands on the footage from that, and maybe I'll put up a song or two, or I'll just send it to you guys. I wouldn't post it on my Jiminy Flip It, I don't think. Cyndi Lauper with an I at the end, just so you know. Oh, that's cool. Thank you. Yeah, really. It's got stuff to spare. Yeah, that's a lot of us are in the same boat. Sales are less than we would like. Steven has a little of everything. 10,000 books, thousands of postcards, record 78 ball cards. That's awesome. How many listings do you have, Steven, if I may ask? Kelly is definitely a major player. Would you say 18,000 listings? That's phenomenal. Oh, no, 28,000. That's phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Feel it, yeah. Used to post local bands on my channel back in the day, and I was shocked at some of the views they got. 10,000. Oh, yeah? That's cool. But then I've also seen people, a lot of people, if you go on Facebook, they'll like, so-and-so is live, and they're sitting in front of a concert or something. And, these, granted, the phones are cool, and they're portable, and the video quality is usually pretty good. But for whatever reason, when you're streaming in an environment like that, all you hear is like, the sound is horrific. The people are usually dancing and the camera's swaying. It's just, we've had that a few times where people have gone live during our shows, and I'm like, no. Because then, to the viewer, I don't know if everybody realizes it's certainly not the band's fault. It's the device that's being used to stream said show is sometimes less than professional. And unfortunately, there's nothing you could do about that anymore. It used to be, people weren't allowed to record you. They called them bootlegs, they did. And now you can't get away from it. Well, what's going on? Hi, all. Multitasking, listing, researching, watching the Phillies. I forgot the Phillies. Give me a break. Let's go Mets. Dominating. And they're only going to get better, Weeda. But thank you for joining. And thank you for listening. Oh, you retired from eBay. A few hundred they used to help me for years. That's cool. Do you selling anything else, or you just kind of hang out amongst your stuff? The first 3 shows. Oh, cover band from Pennsylvania. Go Gadget is their name. Cool. No. Garbage team. Come on. Met fan for life. But I'm glad you're watching or listening and multitasking and listening. That's always a good thing. Weeda, you're joining a little bit late. Oh, maybe you were listening early and just didn't chime in. Have you had any of these eBay glitches or whatever you want to call them for the last, let's say, 2 or 3 days? Bunch of people on with us tonight have experienced similar. So I had a shipping issue this morning where I couldn't ship anything, and I used Pirate Ship. I had issues sending a couple days ago. I couldn't send offers to anybody. I had 20-something offers available, and I couldn't send any of them out. They kept saying try again or something. Just trying to keep tabs on these issues with eBay, because it's been ridiculous for a couple of days now. Like everything, just about, other than listing tonight, it worked for what did we list? 1 item or 2 items. You try to keep a few hundred listings. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I understand. Right. Tracy and I's first 3. Oh, wow. What a mess that was, Ansley. Fun mess, but not good for business streaming daily, 6 to 9 hours a day. You're streaming 6 to 9 hours a day? Or you did then? Speaking of the Mets, what's the Mets score? Nothing bottom of the 7th. Bottom of the 2nd. Who are the Phillies playing, Weeda? Padres are actually pretty good. They were at least 6 to 9 hours of shows. Shipping issues. Here you go. Had to call eBay. Won't take offers on. Yeah. Oh my God. Now they think you're in the UK. Yeah, that is bad. Bad juju, Weeda. Cliff, you never see Cliff. Cubs are terrible. Mets just took 4 out of 5, I think, from them, or 3 out of 4 from them. So maybe you guys will split. Cubs are terrible this year. Baseball is the only sport I've ever cared about passionately. I played baseball forever, and I played basketball for a while in high school and college, but I liked it, but it was The only sport that ever mattered to me was baseball. It's the one I still care about. I only care about the Mets. I don't care about anybody else. 1 more on the 4th. There you go. Thanks for the update, Weeda. It's a hot one. I live 20 minutes from the Phillies stadium. I'm the oddball. I try to get 0 listings. I want 0 listings of 50. Well, absolutely. What a great point, Tommy. Absolutely true. It's not about pinning up numbers. I got 10,000. I got 5,000. Exactly. I want 10,000 sold. That's a great point. I think a lot of people fall into that where and me included, certainly, I'm only a little over 3,200 or so. And that used to be a big thing. Oh, I want to get to my first 500. I want to get 1,000 listings. Like that was some sort of a hurdle. And also it was thrown out there by a lot of people saying that, in order to make a decent living, you have to have X amount of listings. And if you have X amount of listings and your sell-through rate is this, you should make this. And unfortunately, it doesn't really work out that way. There's no automatic, oh, he's got 5,000 listings. Now he's going to make $1 million. It doesn't work that way. It's about selling. So I love that. That's a great point, Tommy. You want less active and everything sold. In and out, right? List it, sell it. List it, sell it. 90 minutes from you. Yeah, I live in I guess it's sort of a suburb of Philadelphia. It's not really Philadelphia. It's right on the Delaware border in Delaware County, Pennsylvania, it's called. Sold's all I care about. Absolutely. I totally agree, man. I've never heard anybody say that, and I agree wholeheartedly. There is no magic formula that if you get to 1,000 listings, you're going to suddenly make money. And if you have less than that, then you're inadequate. Completely untrue. Yeah, exactly. They rush to get as many, like whatever that first number they want to hit is. And you see people post that all the time, right? Just hit 100 listings. Just hit 500 listings. Just hit 1,000 listings. Well, except for the current show you're watching, I agree totally. What was mustache? Yeah, absolutely, Kelly. Totally. Like everything is depending on what you sell, how much you make, how many listings you need or don't need. Absolutely true. What your success is highly based upon what you sell. Mother's mustache with ridiculously specific numbers here. Never go over 103, but we keep it between 84 and 96. That's a critical thinker right there. But to Tommy's point, the other part of it as well, like I'm not looking to get under a certain amount either. I don't care. I just want to list religiously and sell them as quickly as possible once listed. That should really be the goal of everybody. That stuff doesn't stagnate. And nowadays more than ever, because eBay is supposedly burying listings after they exceed a certain time, whatever, that's to be determined. But, supposedly listings get stale, and that's why everybody's going in now and canceling them and sell similar, ending and sell similar. And, you shouldn't have to do that theoretically if your stuff is selling, right? But if it was that easy, we'd all be rich, filthy, filthy rich. You sell quite a few items weekly, just having a few hundred listings. Totally, Stephen. Absolutely. And dare I say, it's not even about how many things you sell necessarily. It's about the money you make. It's about the money you make. The money you deposit into a bank account is what matters. Whether that's 100 listings and selling 10 things a week, or that's 18,000 listings and selling 100 things a week, as long as you're pocketing a good amount of money and depositing into your bank account, that is really the bottom line. Right, Dawn, exactly. And, the dreaded long tail items. Nothing wrong with having that. Postcards are long tail items. I think Kelly would agree. I think Popeye would agree. They're long tail. You could have, but it's like anything else. Kelly could go in and list a postcard today and it sells tomorrow, or you could list a postcard today and it doesn't sell for 3 years. It's kind of whoever's on, whoever wants it, right? But those are long-term items, long tail items. Oh, sure. Yeah, but your volume, right? If I'm assuming if you have 18,000 listings, you're selling a fair amount of merchandise every week, day. So even at $8, if you're selling whatever the math you want to do is, 50 a day, or 20 a day, or 100 a day, you're making money. Yeah, and to be motivated to keep doing it too, right? You don't have to be passionate. The only thing you don't have to be passionate about, I don't think you have to necessarily be passionate about the items per se. If you find something that sells religiously, you might not be, like, I'm just going to use my stupid example of CDs that I was preaching this morning. Let's say the CD market explodes and you're making a fortune on them. You might not have to care about CDs, but you recognize the fact that you found something that's has a great return on investment and has a great sell-through rate. So you become passionate about it because they're making money for you. But it's definitely a plus. If you love books and you have 1 million books and you make $1 million on books, then that's a wonderful thing all around. But to me, it's just about making money. At the end of the day, we're just trying to make some money, right? Yeah, and I'm not even convinced that that works. I think you get a very, very quick bump for a very short period of time. And it doesn't always equate a bump in your, your items being visible a little more than normal doesn't necessarily translate to a sale either. Again, it gets back. It's true. At times, like everybody said, it comes down to what do you sell. If Dawn has a bunch of paper that sits there for 2 years, and I do too, by the way, I'm not ripping on Dawn at all. I'm just saying if she's selling something that doesn't fly off the, off the shelves every day, then she's going to have some items that sit for a while and take a while to sell. If you have something, if you only sell Apple iPhones and you have an endless supply of them, you're going to make a fortune. You're not going to need to have a lot of listings. You're going to get a lot of returns, a lot of scams, but you're going to make a lot of money, and you're going to sell stuff before you can list it. So it all comes down very, very truthful. It all comes down to what you sell. You have to post numerous listings because of low dollar items, sell a few high dollar items to make the same amount. Yep, exactly. Without question. Without question. Right. That's what I was saying, Weed. You become passionate. If something is doing great, you're going to kind of get passionate about it. Like, I know everybody said Tommy's a shoe guy or whatever. Like, let's just say I could care less about shoes. But if I had a nice supply of shoes and I was making money hand over fist, I'd suddenly become very passionate about the shoes because they're making me money. I don't really care what it is necessarily. I happen to love music. So if musical equipment and albums and CDs and cassettes and reel-to-reels are selling like wildfire for me, then I'm truly selling something I'm passionate about. But it doesn't have to be necessarily something I'm passionate about for me to get into it, because if it sells well and makes me a lot of money, I will suddenly become passionate about it. Like, I don't know anything about postcards really, other than watching Popeye's fabulous series. There's a lot of postcard guys out there. I'm shocked by how many postcard guys there are out there. But I don't really know about postcards per se. But again, if I suddenly had, like John, 1 million postcards on my wall back here, I would spend some time, learn everything I can about them, get them listed, and hopefully make a fortune. Yeah, exactly, Dawn. But again, I totally agree with Tommy. Now that he mentions this, like, I think we both talk about this a lot. Like, we want to list and list. That's all true. But don't look to get, I have 1,000 listings. I have 2,000 listings. I have 3,000 listings. Well, how many have you sold? That's what matters. Not you specifically, Dawn. I'm saying you in the collective form. How many have we sold? You should be much prouder of that number. Like Tommy said, right? Whatever, 100 listed, 1,500 sold. That's what I want to see too. Yeah, I can understand that. Oh yeah, exactly. I love the history of stuff too. Oh, hold on. Weta, sale of antique sheet music is sold to the grandson of the person that. Oh, that is awesome. And you'll see stuff like that. Yep, I have a video about sheet music. I love sheet music too. Is it really Delphine? A lot of people seem to be in that boat. And I know they're super simple to scan, throw them through my Epson ES400 duplex scanner. That's the couple lots I bought from Popeye. I was able to list them, or at least scan them all in minutes, front and back, great quality. But I need to, because I don't know them like I know other things, I would find myself falling into the trap of spending more time looking up postcards and trying to get a grip on, does this style sell better than this style? I know everybody wants real photo postcards. That's supposedly the big thing. Exactly how you started. Watched him on all channels. Oh, I know. I loved his own channel too. I was so upset when he left. I'm thrilled he came back, but I was pretty upset when he left. And he has a fantastic series. It's like, what is it, 15, 20 part series, postcards 101 kind of thing, which I wound up saving my computer. I downloaded them all. So if I ever do really want to get into postcards, I have a great resource to learn about them. Shoes sell amazing. There you go. Yes, very true. Do you get a lot of returns, Tommy, from shoes? They don't fit like I thought they would fit. You said you were size 11. These are not size 11. The one good thing, it's a catch-22, but the one good thing when you don't sell stuff like that is I never get returns. I never get bad feedback, ever. Because I don't sell stuff that's returnable. Like, if somebody buys, in the case of these print ads, right? If somebody buys a 1913 Ford Model T car ad, they bought it because they want that. They're not going to say, it doesn't fit. It's not the right size. It's not, But again, it comes down to the thing. If you're selling 100 shoes a day, I'm just making up a number, whatever. 100 shoes, God bless you if you do. 100 pairs of shoes a day and 10 get returned, you're still making a ton of money. 60s. The museum bought it. That's awesome, Rutan. Exactly, Deal Finder. But the thing is, like you guys talk about the volume, right? It's your biggest volume sell. You got a guy here with 28,000 listings. You got Popeye with God knows how many listings and God knows how many postcards and all these other postcard sellers. If you suddenly came into a amount of product like that and you don't know what you're doing, like me, I would spend more time researching everything. Then it becomes a thing where your time is more valuable theoretically. Because truth be told, the postcards sell for $5 with free shipping a lot of the time, and $4 and $6, and once in a blue moon you hit a really big one. So it becomes a numbers game, right? If you're selling 100 a day, then I don't care if it's $8 each or $5 each. All different, all different approaches. You would have given some a low price if there was a connection. Just thought of the. That's nice when somebody actually takes the time to say, "Oh my God, that's my uncle" or whatever, right? That's kind of cool. I would almost want to give them a discount too. A great point too, because everybody talks about postcards being an old man game, and now you got no offense, 20-year-old. What are you? 89, 30-something-year-old gentleman into postcards. That's really encouraging. Breakables, and there was some piece of paper that I could sell for the same price. Yep, that's very true. And there's a lot to be said for the fact that you can, including postcards, you can easily store paper and postcards in a minimal amount of space relative to, let's say, shoes or other hard goods. But again, if he's selling a lot of money's worth, all I care about is how much money goes in my bank. That's the mantra for the rest of the show. All that really matters, and that's my little thing. Always let your profit be your guide is my little catchphrase, right? With Jiminy Flip It. Always let your profit be a guide. All that matters at the end of the day is how much money is in your account by way of sales on the internet. That's all that matters. Absolutely. Can cookbooks go out media mail? He asks. Like if it's a Betty Crocker cookbook. I don't think they have ads for other things, right? Isn't the whole thing if it has advertising? That's why magazines are not supposed to go out media mail. At a horse racing museum, buy a card. Cool feeling. Oh, yeah? Yeah, I'm not a proponent of the free shipping either. I think it's a joke. Yep, easy storage. However, and I'm going to keep going back to Tommy's point because I loved it. You don't want to keep storing things. You want to sell stuff, right? We all do. I don't want to be proud of my massive postcard collection. I have 100,000 postcards. Well, I'm going to sell 100,000 postcards. I don't want to have endless amounts of shelves filled with stuff. I want to have empty shelves. I really like that, Tommy. And I'm not one to talk with my hundreds and thousands of magazines and all these ads and stuff. They are definitely traditionally kind of long tail items, but I do have the same level of success a lot of other people have, whereby we might list 3 ads tonight on the show and one might sell right away, and that same ad might sit out there for 2 years. But that's where volume just becomes king. As long as you have a lot of volume of anything, you're going to sell a handful every day, whether they were listed that day or they were listed 2 years ago. Money. Cookbooks and media mail. Cool. Yep. Good stuff. Good stuff. Any book without ads, yeah. Because I know a lot of people used to, I don't know if they still do, a lot of people were shipping magazines, media, and they're really not supposed to. Lots of smoke and mirrors there. They can only tell gross numbers because they sell a lot of junk and make very little off shoes. Lots of $19 sold, so they can eat. Oh, I despise the stack thing. Here's what's going out on Monday morning. Yeah, exactly. Tremendous deal finder. Absolutely. That's true. I don't want things to sit on years. Yeah, exactly. Right? They're so easy to store. I don't want to store them. I want to get rid of them. Woman of Amazon concentrate on sell-through rate. Cash flow is king. Yeah, absolutely. Cheesecake. God, I hate cheesecake. Love cheese. Hate cake. Hate cake made of cheese. It's just repulsive to me. You did sell comic books for a few years, but 50K, that thing's a lot of space. Holy cow, 28,000 postcards takes up 3 wide shelving units. Yep. Yep. And Kelly, with that sort of volume, are you at a point where you could just eyeball a postcard, sight unseen, and say, yep, that's a winner, this is junk, that's a winner, this is junk? Stamps, yeah. You can't beat the an inch by an inch. What is a square inch, basically? But that's a whole other. Stamps are a beast, too. I inherited tons of stamps from my great-grandfather. Ever since I was a little boy, he always told me that if he ever passed away, that all these were going to be mine, and they're all mine, and we still haven't like figured out. There's just too many, and they're just literally like in shoe boxes and stuff, So it's really tough to get a hold on, research them. We bought all the books and the Scott's books and all that stuff. And it's just a beast. I'm sure there's profit out there, but it takes a lot of. The learning curve is significant. I agree, Dawn. That's awesome, Kelly. But it's just a matter of doing it, right? Like just getting in there, doing the research, paying your dues, so to speak. And then you get to that. That's a beautiful place to be when you could just go junk, good, junk, good. As Popeye always says, cherry pick. He cherry picks the good ones. Time well spent, it sounds like, Kelly. Another thing, I never list items on the high-end price. I want items to go. My cost is low, 95% of my inventory. That allows me to list mid-low. That's cool. Which is basically what Whatnot is. The fast nickel. Get them out. Oh, yeah. Or in the case of print ads, a lot more than that. But you have to have a lot up, and you have to be willing to wait a while. Also, you have to know about, yeah, exactly. Oh my God, the perforations is a great point, Stephen. There was my wife, we have tried to tackle this ridiculous supply of stamps I inherited, and try to get a grasp on them and try to like reorganize some of them because it's just, he was born in 1889 or something, and he's been collecting since like the turn of the century. So that's good, but the means of collecting then, it was literally, like I said, thrown in shoe boxes. And he took meticulous notes. He wrote stuff in pencil on little bits of paper and all that stuff. And to plow through all that, there was no rhyme or reason, though, to it. Like, just endless supplies of shoe boxes filled with a mishmash of stamps. My wife tried to get a grip on it. We bought the Scott's catalogs, and she tried to, we bought a, what do you call the thing where you can see how many perforation scale or whatever it's called? And there was a few times where we really got teased, or we thought we had like the mother of all stamps. Oh my God, this is worth like $5,000. And that one perforation was off by a hair or whatever, and it dropped the value from like 5,000 to a quarter. Like there's so many gotchas with stamps. That became disheartening. We tried for a bit to get into it and learn about them, and we got burnt like 2 or 3 times. And you don't want to get burnt. You don't want to put it up on Hipstamp or on eBay or wherever, where people know their stuff. and then made to look the fool when you have something listed for like $3,000 and they're like, that has this flaw and it's only worth 37 cents. You started selling on eBay planning to sell diecast and toys, mostly paper though, so easy. Yeah, it is. That's awesome, Stephen. I know it's a passion. People that are into it are very passionate about them, which is always a good thing. One thing you could think of that list near market value, precious metal, yeah. Hundreds of print ads, I don't know anything about them. Good stuff, Kelly. Thank you. Do you have a YouTube channel? And if you do you do anything like to teach about postcards? Because if you do, I'd love to check it out. You just sold a manual on welding stainless steel. There you go, Rutan. Everything sells. Everything. Shoes take up space, yes. Stay long, and the sell-through rate is ridiculous. I'm around 3 times more sold than listed and trying to increase daily. I was asking before. I'm sorry if you wrote and I missed it, Tommy. Do you have a high return rate with shoes? It's one of my things I hated about clothing. I think a lot of people start with clothing anyway. I think there's a parallel between the two, yeah. No use for you, no problem. Zero interest in doing a live or video of myself, no problem at all. Maybe you could write an essay about postcards and send it to me. Do a thesis. Too many clients in the corporate world. Don't I know it? Yeah, I worked on Wall Street from 85 to 2018. I was through 2 terrorist attacks. My building was blown up. So I definitely understand. Not a fan. Because it's not your passion, Rutan. And Tommy said, I guess shoes are his passion. I'm going to something with shoes, I bet running out the door. Running out the door. You have about 2%, but it doesn't cost me a dime really, and they sell again immediately. Oh, okay, that's cool. Right, of course. That's phenomenal, though. I guess like everything else, your listings are accurate and descriptive. You don't leave a lot of room for people to get you with something, right? That's awesome. I know a lot of people make money with shoes. Do you just get them at thrift shops primarily? I've sold some shoes, but never any kind of volume. And they're mostly just like families. Like my mother-in-law gave us a bunch of shoes that she doesn't use anymore. My wife, we got rid of some of her shoes, but again, nothing with any kind of real volume, like one-offs. Probably still have a couple pairs of shoes up in my store right now. Zion Comics, how you doing? Any comic books? What? I don't have any comic. Oh, yes, I do have some comic books. And Allie just purchased some of my whatnot, but they were what is the show, Allie? If you're still there, my goodness, I just faded out on them again. The girl with the vampire, Buffy the Vampire Slayer comic books is what I have. Because my wife was in the fan club, and she every month or whatever they would give them a bunch of books and magazines and comic books. So we do have some of those, but I don't know anything about comic books. That's just something that never appealed to me growing up. I never got into comic books, and now they're like super popular again. Your shoes cost $140? Holy cow. Agreed totally, Kelly. Oh, do you? That's cool. Yeah, I don't know much about him, Zion. Apparently, based upon your name, you must know comics really well. Welcome to the show. And if you do, congratulations. It's just something I haven't really delved into. Much like postcards, like these are things that are popular, and there's no, I never like shy away from stuff like that. I'd be happy to learn about them. It's always fun for me to learn something new. But it's a little intimidating when it's such a popular field. Like to suddenly just try to dive in at this point and say, oh, I'm going to learn about comics when it's like blazing hot right now. I don't know. Like I wouldn't even know what to look for. Video games, same thing. I never played video games. I don't really know anything about video games other than Atari when it came out. I played, but that was it. And I used to get my kids Nintendo, whatever, something around there. Same 6 months in. Oh, okay, cool. Good luck and congratulations. Obviously, you've dived into the deep end with the name, right? Zion Comics. That's cool. Postcards and ephemera. You get advice from, right, Stephen? What do you give? Do you give him advice? That's one of the true enemies of all of us is time. You lucked out into amazing connection. Oh, cool. Can't even express into words. You don't have to source it all. Oh, really? Ah, that's awesome. That's a home run. Yes, I have I believe he's on Whatnot. There's a guy called Postcard Guy on Whatnot. And I think SM Postcards as well. Yeah, you can't beat a deal like that. When you started, maybe 4 million postcards listings now. And wow. Yeah. But apparently it's well worth the time, right? Ansley and I get 80 to 100 pre-owned for the Lone Peak. So you're talking shoe jogging. I don't know shoe jogging, man. Oh, look at Lori chiming in. That's good to know. Right, because they definitely have advertising. Well, the Buffy ones have advertising, but it's for the Buffy show. Like catch Buffy on Saturday nights, whatever, I wonder if that qualifies as advertising. Some postcards. No, that's awesome, man. Whenever you have a connection. That's cool. His name is Mark? Okay, cool. Kelly, am I being oversimplistic in saying go find yourself some real photo postcards? That's really all you need? That's where the money is? Is that oversimplifying it? Graphic novels, okay. Great point, Ilfonda. See, not knowing comics at all, I wouldn't know that. But yeah, that's my mantra, like I said earlier, right? If you guys anything, and a lot of people have subscribed to my theory and been successful with it. I defy anybody to find me. I don't defy, that's a little strong, but in most cases, any of these magazines that you've seen me rip up, right? Or I'll tell you it's from from Life magazine from 1942, blah, blah. You saw the video I just did with the one ad for $25. It was just a matter of point. Find me one of those magazines as a whole that would sell for $25. There's not a lot. That's high end, Most of your regular standard, just a Life magazine or any magazine, they're not going to sell for that kind of money. And so many people have them sitting there and never realize they could do what I do. Rip them up and make, hundreds of times more money than you spent, literally. So anything goes. Like when I've had people write me too the same way and say, oh, I just bought a military magazine and it has these ads. I didn't know that. I just bought a car magazine. Yep. So everybody's like pulling. I've heard several people tell me they pulled down listings where they had a whole magazine listed. They pulled them down from eBay or wherever, or Etsy or wherever they listed them, and now, or Facebook even. And now they're, splitting them up and selling the individual ads within and making loads of money, which is a beautiful thing. Yeah, that's it. That, like I said, I know that's kind of a ridiculous oversimplification, but that was always that's kind of what I gathered from watching John's thing. At the end of the day, you want to try to get the real photos. Yes and no. Expert, it's all my take on it. Topics sell better than views. Okay. There is some rare view that will go for money. And California is like the state you want support. California is the state you want. And China, for some reason, old Chinese cards are worth a lot of money, especially real photos, like Hong Kong. There you go, Deal Finder. Yep, and they'll all sell. Halloween cards. I purchased a lot of Halloween cards from John. But it's like sight unseen. I trust him, and I assume he's not going to put up junk. At the same time, though, if he's blowing them out, I'm sure they're not really high high valued cards necessarily. They might slip in a couple because he's just haphazardly grabbing them. But I do believe, I'm sure everybody would agree, Kelly, all you guys that do postcards for a living, it's about the volume. Even if they're only, what do you say, $8 is his average sales price per card. But if you're selling a ton of them, you're going to make money. Because at the end of the day, what matters? Money in your bank account, I think. Speaking of John, I'm going to talk with him because we might announce something about Whatnot shortly. I don't think it's been announced yet, but we just a little tease there. And it's not really an intentional tease. It's I don't want to say anything, but check out Whatnot in August. There's an event coming up that a lot of people are working on behind the scenes that we think will be a lot of fun for a lot of people. And John's involved with it, and I'm involved with it, and a few other people you probably know from YouTube are involved with it. So stay tuned. I don't know if he announced it yet. If he announced it, then you know all about it. If he didn't announce it yet, then you will know about it. Yeah, Delaware, I've heard that too. The beach towns, right? Actually, where we're playing, Bethany Beach and all those kind of places supposedly sell well. Which defies logic to me because Delaware? You haven't even started on your real photos. Wow. Tree cards and antique mailing cards. That's cool. Yes, there is a constant race to the bottom. Dollar sells room. Yeah, that's awful. Cards that will list for $11. $1 you'll sell for $10. That's a great point. If you build a good reputation, you can get away with pricing high. Absolutely. You're going to be the go-to. You want to be the John out there. You want to be that sort of a, and maybe when it comes to shoes, Tommy's that go-to guy too. That you just learn to trust a certain person and their brand and their professionalism and all that stuff, and they become the postcard guy, the shoe guy. That's a great place to be because you're right. You can kind of call the shots. You can control a market almost to an extent based upon a good reputation. Mississippi, wow. West Virginia, Texas, and Delaware. I always thought California cards were supposed to be pretty good. Alaska does you well. That's cool. Barbara, hey, you just sold a black and white Buick ad tonight for 1936 playbill. My poster child, Barbara. You see what she said, everybody? Read that. She had a playbill listed for $5 for 2 years. Didn't sell. Cut it up, and she made $22 on how many ads? You just sold for the one, the Buick ad sold for $22, Barbara? That's awesome. But that's what I'm hearing from a few people, and that's mission accomplished as far as I'm concerned. I was just trying to kind of bring that out to people who might. And I'm certainly not the first person to do this, by the way, but I never heard anybody talking about it. I think a lot of people didn't realize just how much, because I've heard that comment a ton of times. I never realized, and I'm very happy for you, Barbara. That's fantastic. You got for free and a lot and never opened them. International is interesting. You know what I have a lot of, Tommy, and John's not back. He said he was coming back. I was going to ask him. Let me see if and Kelly too. My wife's grandmother was her parents were born in Ukraine, actually, ironically. So she's of Ukrainian descent or whatever. Yugoslavia it was at one point. Well, anyway, on a trip to Europe she made in like the 40s, she picked up a ton of postcards. And she picked up, I have maybe 100 Polish postcards from the 40s, Poland. Does anybody know about value for Polish postcards from the 40s? And some are real photos and some are just like, Warsaw, and they're written in Polish. So good luck for me trying to, figure that out. But I'm just curious for the group, if anybody knows Polish postcards, what do we think? 50s chromes? Sure. Exactly. A lot of them are, right? They're genuinely just a picture that somebody turned into a postcard. I thought that would be a good thing. Oh, Paperpalooza is not a secret. Okay, cool. But yes, Paperpalooza, guys. I'm on August 13th. When are you on, Memphis Blazer? 13th or 14th? And are you seeing all these messages pop through, Memphis Blazer? Because we're getting bombarded with messages. We have a big event coming up on Whatnot called Paperpalooza. August 13th, and I think they added the 14th. And it's going to be a bunch of sellers selling Wouldn't you know it, paper. And I'll be doing a post about it, certainly. I think my slot is 1 p.m. on the 13th of August, so mark it down, folks. Paperpalooza. John, Popeye's Postcards, Ben, great guy, is kind of spearheading it too. New to You Provisions is his name. I think Memphis Blazer is involved in this. There's a bunch of people involved. But anyway, Paperpalooza. I didn't know if it was publicized, so I didn't want to say anything. Has Whatnot said if they have plans when ship? No, not that I've heard, Tommy. And again, well, I'm still foolishly waiting for this media mail thing to get sorted, but it might not ever, because I sell records, not a lot, but I sell records often on Whatnot. You want to share too much? You did a Whatnot, and then I had to pay up for a topic. DR Stamps guy sells a ton of postcards for 25 cents. Yeah, that kills markets. We have stuff like that with my Beatle band. To go back for just a second, it's the same concept. You know, let's say this isn't real numbers. I'm making them up completely. But let's say we go out for $10,000, or we charge $10,000 fee to play. If another Beatle band goes into the same venue and tries to undercut us and says, we'll play for $3,000, it dumbs down the entire market, you know, and then all of a sudden you can't get the value that you used to get. So it's similar thing with all these other products. People talk about postcards and guys going in to cut you at the knees. It's awful. It could take down an entire industry, theoretically. We experience that with music a lot. There's a lot of snakes out there. But Stephen, except for Columbia River Highway and just about every Minnesota RVPC in my experience. They're good, Barbara, or no good? Marty, when did I start selling? Well, theoretically, with eBay in like 96, 97, but not full time or anything. It was just kind of a lark then. And then I only picked it up full time a few years ago, 2017 is when we started the store I have now. Like, and really did it. So only a few years real, and full time just since 2018. But when I think it was like 97 or so, because it was when my third child was born. I remember going on and we were selling I was trying to sell something, old videos or something that we had, I think, on eBay. So I think I had my account in 97-ish. When you were 12. That's funny, man. Yeah, there's always people like that. California is what I always thought, Stephen, but I heard quite a few people speaking about California cards being really popular. You do well with the 19 to 1930 steamships. Ooh, cool. Thank you. There's a bolo from Kelly. So if you guys see any 1900 to 1930 steamships, paddle wheelers, and you get them for $1 or less, that would be a bolo. Haven't got to use that one in a while. Wow, the comments are coming in fast and furious here, everybody. Hold on. I'm way behind. There we go. Barbara with the... Yeah, that's fantastic, Barbara. Congratulations on that. Dawn only does auctions. He's a stamp guy. He comments a ton of postcards. So, that's good stuff. Are they like lake scenes or something, Memphis Blazer? The biggest competitors run a sweatshop. Oh, no. They do free ship, free returns. No bueno. Hopefully they will. Of Poland. No, they're after, because 39 was Poland, right? Poland was invaded in 39. This was like mid 40s, I think, most of them. And they're just like Root and Just Dancing Horse. Maybe I'll show them off on one of the shows. They're really cool, but they're just kind of like I can't read it, unfortunately, because it's all in Polish. And yeah, you could translate portions of it, but I'm talking about like a paragraph. It's usually the majority of them are like some opera hall or something in Warsaw, or some art museum. It's like locations. It's like typical postcard, cheesy, travel postcards type stuff. But I just thought that maybe because of where it is and the time frame, they might be worth something, or they might be junk. I don't know. Dr. Stamps. Bought a couple from him. Took 2 weeks to ship out. Arrived in a paper envelope. Oh, that's awful. Only as a buy. Oh, you're going to be buying it. Did I say? Sorry, I thought you were involved in the sale part of it. There's a bunch of people. It's gotten up there now. There's a lot. So much that we added the second day. But it was all John's brainchild, because they didn't have an actual dedicated category for us, and now they do. They have. You still have to go to, I think, other and whatnot, whatever they call it. Oh no, estate and vintage decor, and then there's a category now called ephemera and postcards. Finally, there's also estate sales. So we're gonna do a big old. It's kind of like a telethon of all paper dealers on whatnot. August 13th, Paperpalooza. Cool. Talking postcards. Yeah, that's good advice in general. Definitely don't hold your breath. Oh, the actual, the writing to people. I like that too. Oh, they're common. Okay. Don't wait for them to drop off. They've been there for decades. Just tack on the cost of shipping and supplies to your price. Yeah, just factor it in, right? Good night, Jeff. Have a great weekend. Thanks for joining. Speaking of whatnot listings and whatnot auctions, Jeff picked up several lots of my vintage print ads, and I thank him again for that. He said that they're in the works to be processed, but he had like a backlog before he picked up the ones from me. So the nice thing about mine, and this is, well, sure it is. I was going to say it's not to toot my own horn, but yes, it is. When I do the auctions on whatnot for the print ads, I actually cut them out for everybody, just like I would do for myself. Like, so they're already, like, they're literally ready to throw in a scanner. They're going to be trimmed neatly, pulled out. You don't have to do any messing around. They're all clean. They're all good. Don't sell no junk. Kelly, you'd run my polling question with Popeye. Okay. Thanks, man. I will. Can't you have your phone read it? What, the Polish text? I guess to some of it. Like, I just really want to find, when it comes to that, like, I'm really looking for, like, the location primarily. Like, if it is the Polish Museum of Art or whatever, I want to know enough. I want to know that so I could list it properly. Like, I don't need the whole paragraph that says, on a sunny day in November. You know what I mean? But there are foreign languages, and there are foreign languages in Polish. My God, it's like, you can't even, like, at least I can't even attempt to try to draw any conclusions. Like, even the word Warsaw is completely different in Polish, and it's tough. And we don't have tons of them. Like I said, we have some, but they're all from her grandmother, which is kind of cool. A lot of people stay away from foreign postcards. You tend to buy them when you see them because of that. Yeah, definitely. But again, you got to know about them a little bit, right? Jody with a new phone coming out that translates stuff. Like, you just take a picture and it translates it. Supply cost is $17 per order and shipping is $30. Yeah, there you go. And it covers all of it. It's definitely one of the lures of post. That's another one of the great things about postcards. You would list the Polish ones? Okay, cool. But I will. I'll ask Popeye about it. I appreciate that. I don't want to bombard him with questions all the time. But being a complete novice, it certainly couldn't hurt to ask, right? Boutique, your current phone can translate too. Thanks, Karen. Good night. You stay cool too. Maybe I'll see you in Stone Harbor. Come down. Nice theater, air conditioned. Sometime in August. Only when I say ever doing them anymore. Lobster really doesn't. You're welcome. Thanks for joining me, Muzz Mustache. I appreciate it. It's just evolved into this. Isn't it funny how things you might start off with a certain, business plan or whatever, an idea for YouTube, and it's morphed into these live shows where it wasn't going to be this, but I'm glad that they're out there, and I'm glad that you appreciate watching. Thank you. Spread the word, Mother's Mustache. I got to get over this 1,000 mark, people. It's driving me nuts. Just like crawling up the ladder. My goodness. But I really appreciate the kind words. Thank you. Let a friend know, or 10. Please. Tell them to subscribe. Hey, Swamp Picker, how you doing? Welcome. You can do free shipping ever because 70% of my sales come from offers sent. Yeah. Yeah, I could absolutely see that. 70% of your sales come from offers sent. There you go. So do you see my dilemma this morning? Or not this morning, the day before, Tommy, when I couldn't send out any offers at all. eBay paralyzed the option. That would be a gigantic hit in your business, at least that day, right? Best feature they ever rolled out was the ability to send offers, bar none. If they ever took that away, there'd be little reason to sell on eBay anymore. Seriously. Do everything on whatnot. As long as that lasts. I don't even think, John talks about that too. He's just riding the wave while it's out there. I don't think this is going to last. Like, it's so hot right now. I can't see it lasting, at least at this frenzied pace, for that long, but who knows? Maybe it will. Good to see you, Swamp Picker. How you doing? Only certain dealers allowed to, in what? In Paperpalooza, Lori? No, it's not like only allowed. It was Popeye's brainchild, and he wrote a few people that he knows sell ephemera, like for me, the print ads, for other people, regular ephemera, postcards, and just reached out to us individually and said, hey, I'm thinking of doing this. You want to be part of it? We're like, yeah, sure. And it's only been for the last week or two, maybe, not even 2 weeks. And there's a list going around. If you are interested, Laura, let me know. And if you know John, you could certainly write him and ask him. Because I know they added a day. We're doing, like I said, it's literally like a telethon sort of a thing on Whatnot, where we're going to be like, one guy goes on from 11 to 12. The next goes on from 12 to 1. We're going to take, I think it's hour slots or 2-hour slots, with the hopes that everybody gets involved. And then it could also potentially grow our Whatnot following substantially, because just Popeye's presence alone is going to add a lot of value. People will tune in that follow him, and he has a lot of followers. So the hope is that we all kind of help each other, and we do a marathon of all ephemera stuff. And I'm far behind, Laurie. I'm sorry. I'm like 5 minutes behind. You wrote that at 9:00. But yeah, let me know. And if you want me to ask him, I'd be happy to. If you know him and want to ask, then go ahead, reach out. It's not any kind of exclusive club or anything. It was just kind of a, hey, are you interested in this thing? And I think he just initially was reaching out to people that he knew already that do this, kind of was the original thing. But it's definitely grown. It was like 5 people when we first got asked. And now we have 2 days worth. Ooh, who are you asking? Me? To write? You do free shipping. Hard goods and everything else charge extra for shipping. Well, because of that standard envelope, right? That's a game changer. Now, Kelly, you sell postcards quite frequently. I'm assuming you use the standard envelope thing, right? You said 57 cents. Do you have any issues with that? Because I've heard some people, I've sold a couple postcards. I mean, literally a couple, like 10 maybe in the last 6 months. I don't have a lot of postcards up. And when that option came out, I used it. I haven't had any issues with it, but I've heard some stories on YouTube and other places that there's a little bit of trouble sometimes with shipping those things. Even though you get a tracking number, it's not the most robust thing. Like, it's nowhere near the same priority level that you would be given for priority mail, let's say. So anyway, I'm just curious, have you had any issues with people claiming non-receipt or anything? Oh, Dawn was writing to Jody. Okay. Bombard him. That's true. He probably does like it. What else is he going to do? He's just sitting on a pile of cash. Deal Finder, live audio chats for reseller content, roundtable type stuff. I'm thinking like how young people have in clans or groups. Live audio chats. You mean like a podcast, Deal Finder? iPhone has a scan text. Never used it on foreign languages. Yeah, I'm sure you could. I don't know. I don't know if that's an option. You could play around with it. I mean, certainly you could just type. See, the thing is, like I said, with the Polish stuff, I think there's even like letters that don't exist on a keyboard in America. So I couldn't even like type into like Google Translate or whatever some of this stuff. It's a tough language, and Russian too, like impossible because, and never mind Chinese and all that with the symbols. Very, very difficult. Cool. If it's a want item, I charge shipping. Ooh. How does one define a want item? You meaning like I need food, I need air, I need gasoline? You'll add to your promotion list again. Should get you there. Who are you talking to, Jordy? I'm lost. I think you guys are having a private conversation. Never had that glitch. You'll send offers. It was only one day, Tommy, and it was what's today? Friday. It was probably Wednesday, I think. Today's issue was the shipping thing where I couldn't ship anything, and then there was something else that got lost. Those are the two biggies, though. The not being able to send offers was brutal, and the shipping thing was pretty scary this morning too. Well, I don't wish it on anybody, but I heard several people had both of those too. Sort of sporadic. Kelly's going to be a buyer on Paperpalooza, especially from John. Maybe I'll put some Polish postcards on Paperpalooza. There you go. And then all you guys in the know can pick them up for dirt cheap, make me look the fool. That's okay. As John says that he wants them out of his house, I just want them out of my house. Then you guys can use your little Polish translating tool. Yeah, says Lori. Don't know what yeah is for. You were telling Jody to message me if she has trouble getting trade. Oh, I see. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Let me know. Let anybody that, or again, John's a really cool guy. If you want to reach out to him personally on Instagram, whatever, be my guest. Or if you want me to just ask, let me know. I will tell you the only caveat is it's Paperpalooza, so we're not going to be selling jewelry on Paperpalooza. You know what I mean? It's like a ephemera postcard kind of crowd, kind of event. So provided you have a supply of that you would be interested in doing on whatnot, then you are definitely welcome to join. When did I start? Yeah, I did answer. Like I said, I think eBay like 97-ish on, but it wasn't for any like extended period. It was kind of a new thing and people were checking it out. What's eBay? And I sold some videos and things at the time. And yes, you literally had to get like a check in the mail and all that stuff first. You had to wait for a check. And you couldn't take pictures. That was like a big enhancement when you could add, or you had to like upload pictures from something else. They didn't have like a photo thing where you could just upload photos automatically. But that was, like I said, brief. And then only really got into it in 2017, just a couple of years ago with the store I have now. I think we just had a 5-year in April. And then I went full time in 2018. So it's only a couple of years. But I was aware of it, since 97-ish or so. You just heard the Frou Frou vintage sellers on whatnot did one. I saw no one cool on the list. Just a Frou Frou over. Who are these Frou Frous that you speak of, Mother's Mustache? Stable level, maybe one issue a month. Send out confirmation emails when I package the orders and I briefly explain the ESE tracking. Reduces most issues with cases being opened. Everybody uses the term, it's a cost of doing business. That would be a very annoying thing to me personally. I'm just saying, to have to kind of handhold that stuff a lot. But again, I know it's a very cost-effective means of shipping. Because if you had to go back to first class, it would kill all your profit, right? Or a good portion of it. Because you have tracking, if it shows delivered, I'm not required to refund. Maybe once a month it doesn't show a scan, you have to refund them. You ran a voice chat server, and all my gaming friends logged in, and we chatted, planned, and brainstormed, looking to do the same thing. Let me try to read this. A voice chat server. So it's like a private group of chatters. It's not like something like this, right? It's not a forum that's publicly available. It's a closed voice chat thing where everybody sits around the proverbial table and talks shop. Is that what you're looking for, Delphina? Reselling, sure. I mean, I'd be down for anything like that involves this stuff. I love this stuff. Interesting. Oh, Marty, he says. What are we laughing at? Again, I'm probably behind, but I don't know what we're laughing at. Video seems like a bit much, but audio can chat and be comfortable. 700. What's 700? I'll tell you, the hardest thing about doing this is trying to get back to understand what people are commenting on when it's a few minutes later. Games use it to communicate. Before standard envelope, I was shipping via stamps at a 2 ounce. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's awesome. It's a great rollout. 700. Oh, really? I went over 700. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you. Crawling, man. I got to get to 1,000. But I'm out of the 600s. I was stuck in the 600s for way too long. Thank you, whoever just subscribed. Thank you very much. $2.99 to go, everybody. $2.99. Come on. Thanks, Kelly. I appreciate it. Closed or open can be accomplished, but an open room invites bad apples. Oh, as we know all too well by those of us who do the YouTube thing. Although tonight, you see, they've been at bay. I don't know if CJ's, again, perched on top of a mountain somewhere, ready to shoot him down. Thank you, Jody. Thank you. That's something. I appreciate it. It's just a psychological thing to get the heck out of the 600s. But it ain't going to cut it. 70%. Got to get to 1,000 to make my 30 cents, as John says. Of course you're there. See, I know you're there. See, again, I don't want to reveal. He's always there. He's always watching. Always supervising. Always scanning the neighborhood, making sure we're all safe at night. God bless CJ. I think it's a cool idea, Delfinda. Are you trying to recruit individuals specifically? Like, do you have a topic? Is it going to be kind of it's an open forum, so it's an open discussion, like anything goes kind of a thing? Or are you theoretically going to have like a topic for the show or whatever? I think it's a cool idea. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that stuff because I never played video games, so I don't really know. I know it's a whole universe unto itself, I'm sure. Place to pass info, ask questions, get advice. Yeah, that's groovy. Absolutely. It's kind of like a Facebook group, except with audio. How's that? Is that a good analogy? Like if you're in a ephemera group on Facebook or something. This is just like an audio version of it. And you'd have like a schedule, like, hey, we're all going to meet Monday night at 6 o'clock or whatever. Oh, yeah? Same concept? You would, and tops would be a great idea. Yeah. I like it. If you'll have me, sign me up. I'm down for it. Just let us know what we need to do. And like, what is the, it's a service. So like you would give everybody a login of some kind, I assume. To be honest, I think that could be said for everybody, Kelly. Trial and error and experience, right? Experience is the best teacher, is the old adage, but it's very true. And thanks so much for coming in, Kelly. You've making an impact. Really appreciate it. With all those listings, my God, you're becoming an expert really quickly. I'll tell you that. It's an audio and chat. Cool, yeah. Sometimes we're up at 3 listing or whatever. I see who's in. Cool. Okay, is it sort of, so it's not, I just want to get this clear for myself. It's not a scheduled event. It's just like an open thing. And you just pop in and say, hey, is anybody here? You won't believe this. I can't ship today. Like something like that, where you could just kind of go in rather than like, everybody meet tonight at 5 o'clock. Is that true or no? I think that would be really cool. Anybody could pop in any time of day and say, hey, is anybody home? I'm having an issue. What do you guys think? Yeah, I like that. Open voice. That's crazy. So, like, I'm just trying to think of myself sitting here. Like, all of a sudden, you're sitting around, all of a sudden, you say, hey, it's Steel Finder. What's going on, guys? Like, you're just going to hear a voice out of the blue? That's pretty wild. I can't ship. What's going on? What are you guys doing to get around this? Cool idea. Like an open walkie-talkie at all times. An open mic. When you're in there, pressure if you want. Pressure if you want or need to. Cool. Yeah, I like that idea. Just kind of open. I think that's awesome. Yeah. Build it up, Deal Finder. There you go. Right. Then, yeah, that's a good idea. Right. Then a meeting. Nice. So it's like being on Skype or something, right? Like, or Yahoo Messenger used to be around forever. Like that kind of a thing where you could just say, hey, guys, and you have like your little username, and you could send them a message and say, hey, let's go talk about something. Yeah, it does sound useful. Great idea, Deal Finder. Nicely done. Talk yourself out loud. Well, look what I'm doing, man. That's what I'm doing for the last 3 hours and 18 minutes, as a matter of fact. There you go, Lori. Build it and they will come, as somebody once said. And I also like the idea of don't make it public because you're going to invite idiots, right? So if you keep it kind of a closed session with a certain amount of access or whatever, right? You restrict the access to trusted users. It could be kind of cool. So I could be sitting here and I could just say, Lori, you there? And if she's on, she can pop in. Yeah, I'm listening. Listen, what is this plush I have, right? That could really be cool. Provided people get on it. Yeah, Dawn. I'm the awake Dawn. Except from like 3 to 7 in the afternoon. That's true too. You could have my channel going and then talk about it. Yeah, exactly. Keep out the undesirables. How cool would this be? I love it. That's the more you think about it and the possibilities, this is awesome. I do like that a lot. I could say, Kelly, 1941 Warsaw, real photo. Then you shout back, $11.99. Thanks, man. And the people could ask me, what sells better, Sprite or 7-Up? 7-Up. Yeah, exactly. Agreed, Mustache. Good stuff. It's kind of exactly what we're doing now, except it would be that all of you that are watching me could audibly, instead of typing these things, could just say, we could just have a regular conversation, essentially. I like it. Well, hey, you just declared that if anybody needs any help with a 7 a.m. wake-up call, there's a reason you're up at 7 o'clock. So am I usually. Uh-oh, are you going to try to print orders right now? Can send attachments back and forth. Oh, man. Yeah, so it's just like, I mean, we used to use Yahoo Messenger all the time with stuff like that. I used to write people, like if I was traveling with the Beatles stuff, it happened all the time. Or Skype. Same idea, right? You could attach here's a picture of my show today. I love it. But now you have the audible aspect. Yeah, you would actually get behind a microphone conceptually, right, Dawn? More interactive. I love it. Make it happen, Deal Finder. I want a full report on Monday on our chat show. We do some research into it over the weekend. Maybe we could talk about it on Monday. Bring Travis into the loop. Monday, 7 p.m. A little brainstorming. I'm sure he would want to participate. Now, there's going to be some challenges, as they say nowadays, because of time zones and stuff. But I mean, most of us, even Dawn being technically in a different country, is in the same time zone as me, I think, right? Or an hour behind, maybe at the most. So I think most of us would be within a 3 hour window or so. I didn't even know, how naive does this sound? I didn't even know you could do groups in Instagram. I mean, we have a group, Paperpalooza, we have a group chat going, like just a regular typing. But I didn't know if you could do an audio version. Exactly. Time, so just get up. I agree, Dawn. All right, Delphina, good call, man. Where'd you just come up with this out of the blue like this? Who's up for the? Well, just quick show of hands. We still have what, 20 watching or so, 18 watching. You want to put your hat in the ring, everybody? Delphina, are you going to solicit? Like, you just want certain people? Do you want to get a sense of how many, at least of the ones that are watching tonight, are interested in this? So maybe if you're interested, say yes or something in the chat, or interested. Just put interested in the chat, maybe. So Delphina could take a quick sample size before he gets too involved with this and says, "Oh, wait a minute, we got a lot of people." We could spread the word about it. Well, the thing is, you don't want to spread the word. I understand, because, like we said, we want to keep the riffraff out, right? So it's going to be a closed session. Hey, Joni, welcome. Are you one of those people that just sit and listen and don't chime in too often? Welcome aboard, Joni. Well, obviously I'm interested. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4 already. I know Mother's Mustache is interested. I think it's a really good idea. And you're right. Like-minded people, all kind of helping each other, right? A little chance to vent. Truth be told, we could vent a little bit. Can you believe this nonsense? I can't get this thing to print. But, like, you know what? Had we had this thing this morning with my printing issues, with my my labels, I could have said, what's going on with Pirate Ship? Why can't I do media mail? And somebody would have said, you idiot, you got to hit the tick box, right? I could have saved me a lot of grief had we had this server going this morning. You're listing. Very good, Joni. Always a good thing to list. Thank you for joining. Shy. That's okay. Okay, that's good. CJ, of course, is interested. You know what I mean, Delphina? You could just kind of take a quick little census here and get it, you got to figure at least what? At least 10 to 15 probably here would be interested, I would imagine. And you could reach out to just friends of yours that that do this stuff. I love it. Swamp Pick is down. Jody's down. Very cool. It does sound nice. I agree. It could be very, very beneficial for a lot of us. I love the concept of it just being kind of up and available anytime and just checking who's in the room at a given moment, right? When you really need help. I love it. Very innovative. But anyway, Paperpalooza, August 13th. Check it out on Whatnot. I say this just about every show, but it's important because I know we're trying to all help each other and grow, collectively. If anybody out there is on Whatnot and wants to promote their Whatnot page, channel, whatever we want to call it, please let me know. I'd be happy. Myself or Dawn will put a link up to your Whatnot right here in the chat. I think most of us know each other pretty well at this point, but if there's anybody out there that's lurking, like Joni or whoever else that might be doing Whatnot and wants to promote themselves, please feel free. Let me know. We'll go give you a follow. Try to build up that community. The Paperpalooza thing should be a lot of fun for anybody out there that is interested in the ephemera stuff. And I know anybody that watches me hopefully has at least a mild interest in the paper, the paper stuff and the print ad stuff. And by way of that, probably have an interest in postcards and other sorts of ephemera. It should be a really cool event. Let me see what the last message was, because we had an updated, we have a spreadsheet with like everybody that's going to participate and the schedule, and it just came out a little while ago. I'll give everybody a sense of how many we have right now. There's a decent amount. As of 9 hours ago, 11:44 a.m., we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 shows scheduled, of which I am one of them, on the 13th of August. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 of them so far on the 14th. Paperpalooza. Right now, it's a 2-day extravaganza, 13th and 14th. Oh, there's Lori's. Very good. Go follow Lori over on Whatnot. Thanks for that. So, yeah, we have, like I said, what was it? 14 on the first day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 14 on day one, beginning at 11 a.m. and going all the way up until 10 p.m. Those are show time starts. And, yeah, we all have an hour slot. So that's like almost 12 hours of nonstop ephemera goodness on Whatnot. And then on the 14th show right now, there's just 4 people scheduled. So, Lori, yeah, if you're interested, most definitely. Like I said, either just let me know you're interested and I'll let John know, or contact John directly and just say, hey, I'm interested. Heard all about Paperpalooza on Jiminy Flip It show. Tell him Jiminy Flip It sent you. But yeah, that's going to be pretty cool. So we got 17 or 18 people so far over 2 days on Whatnot. It should be a lot of fun. Great opportunity to cross, to make contacts with other sellers and dealers. I think it's a great idea. A lot of good ideas these last couple of days. We got the Paperpalooza. We got Deal Finder doing his awesome idea about this, whatever we want to call it, server thing. Dawn with her mobile. Being the kid that she is, she only uses phones and iPads for everything. You do work 8 to 5, depending on when the peeps are in there. What day is the 13th? I didn't even realize. Is it a weekday? August 13th. I don't have a Beatles show that day, thank God. It's a Saturday. Or are you talking about the Deal Finder thing? I'm sorry. You're talking about the server thing. Well, the thing that sounds kind of cool about it is you can kind of just have it. Tell me. I don't know this Deal Finder. It's something we could keep up on our screen, kind of like a Skype or whatever. You could just kind of always have it on, like a separate whatchamacallit, a separate a dedicated application or something. I'm really psyched. Available services. There you go. Thank you so much, Dawn. Yeah, we got Jody's up there. It does sound awesome. Lori's working on her plus show for Thursday. And on command, Dawn posts her Whatnot. Everybody go follow, please, all these links. Yeah, I would just use a computer. I live on my computer. Desktop computer. Jody joined. That's awesome. Thank you, Dawn. Yeah, that's mine. We're all going to, if we haven't already, I think a few people do, but about this, just one more thing about this Paperpalooza, which is a hysterical name. We're all going to do the same sort of, everybody that's involved with it is going to kind of, for branding consistency, we're going to put out the same sort of announcement regarding our time slot on those 2 days. So look for that too. I'll put something up shortly. I think we want to see who's like, first of all, let's see if we can fill up the 14th. And if the 14th gets filled up, maybe we'll add another day. I have no idea what the grand scheme, the grand plan is for that. But at a minimum, we know for sure we have 13th and 14th scheduled. And there's lots of slots still on the 14th. So if anybody out there is into paper products and you have to gather up your ephemera, yeah, let me know if you're interested, Lori. You guys going to have a rule that you can't buy from each other? That's a great, funny, but a great point. I won't be. I mean, I don't know if I'll. You almost want to help your paisans out. You know what I mean, Rutan? You want to help your friends out to an extent, but I do see that that could be troublesome because you're going to have at least 14 extra people on top of. Well, I'm assuming we're all going to be in each other's shows. I'm pretty sure we're all going to be in each other's shows while we're on. which should grow the viewership by at least 14 or 15 people at this point. I always say on my whatnots, I want to see strangers. I love when I see people I know come in and say hi. I really do. I love that. But I want to see strange names I've never seen before, and I want to see them battling it out for my items. That's what you want. Support is all good, fine and dandy and appreciated, but you want to see strange names in your whatnot that you've never seen before, and you want to see them bidding on your stuff. TeamSpeak. Never heard of that. Use mobile when I could sit at my desk. Well, that's true. Yeah, I know. Awesome. See? A love connection. That's a good point, you'll find. Probably the same thing. A server thing, yes. Whatnot, I bid from my phone while you work. Oh. Every time after 8 years, I finally worked up a way to go. Congratulations, Kelly. I hope you'll be able to quit that good position sooner than later and just sell your postcards forever. That's what I hope as a relatively young guy. Because if I could have done that when I was 32 or whatever, my God, would have saved a lot of grief. Cool, cool, cool. Make it happen, deal. If I say now the pressure's on a little bit. We hyped ourselves up about this thing. It's a great idea conceptually. Now we need to put the actual mechanisms into place to make this work. I think it's fantastic. Again, she's cracking up, but I don't know why. And so is Mother's mustache. Exactly. Look what was just born out of this conversation. It was supposed to be a listing show. We listed one ad tonight. One. That's okay. And we've been on for 3.5 hours, folks, which is probably right at the edge of my high. I say we push it to 4 tonight. 25 more minutes to get to 4 hours. And don't forget, everybody, this was way earlier in the show, but my buddy Travis Griffith, who's always on the chat shows on Monday, he went out and he met with Rural Squirrel, the girl who we can never pronounce the name. Her name is Kristen. Rural Squirrel. They were out in Colorado Springs together along with a couple other resellers. They went and they had like a meetup at a bins out there. And there's a video on Rural Squirrel's channel, which I did list way earlier on the show. Linked, excuse me. But go check that out after the show if you have some time. It's kind of cool. You get to see Travis hanging out with like-minded individuals, as you guys just said. I'm going to put the link there again. Check out Travis. Put his gloves on and getting knee-deep in stuff at the bins. Taking his life into his own hands, poor guy. You use TeamSpeak. All right, you guys work out the technical stuff. I did listen in 18 seconds. What truth be told, Rutin, is my usual MO. I'm not usually this obsessive like I am on the shows with like, what color hair is that? I mean, I like it for the purpose of conversation during the shows. And again, there really is some value in it because I do learn a lot of things I never knew. But at the same time, I don't spend 10 minutes per ad. Otherwise I would never have them up. You know what I mean? Most of them are really just churning them out like that. They're pretty cut and dry. Kind of like Kelly and his postcards or John and his postcards. I'm getting pretty good with the ads that I can usually pick out good ones. With all that said, especially these are like, this is 1918 tonight, right? Supposedly. And like the turn of the century ones, you're going to find stuff in those older ads that are completely foreign. Like I've never heard of the furniture company, let's just say, right, today, or certain products that just don't exist anymore. So there's always those ones, of course, will take more time. But a Coke ad is a Coke ad pretty much. A 7-Up ad is a 7-Up ad. Campbell Soup is Campbell Soup. And I just plow through them in seconds. You're playing, you have a number you need to hit, and then God bless, man. I hope you sooner than later. Good for you, Mother's Mustache. That's phenomenal. You've been doing it 15 years already, huh? Awesome. I do too, Dawn. But we can't hear you on this one. That's why I like Deal Finder's idea, where we could have an open line calling all members. Yeah, go. That's That's the link for Rural Squirrel's channel and the video with a boy on it. Retired at 32. I retired at 51 from corporate. Oh, you did, Dawn? Cool. Deal Finder. I'll revisit that question. Just, it sounded like Marty said a Coke head is a Coke head. Well, that's true too, but yes, Travis will absolutely have a redo. In fact, he's going to discuss all of this on Monday's show, 7 p.m., the chat show, the real chat show. He wanted to talk about his experience because it did not go as smoothly as he had hoped. He wound up pulling the plug before it even started, unfortunately. But if you want to rewind, Deal Finder, watch the beginning of this show. I talk about it at 6 o'clock or whatever this evening when the show started. I talked about it. I want him to kind of tell the story, but long story short, he just had some technical problems with getting the devices in sync and stuff. So he kind of had to pull the plug on his show, unfortunately. I felt very bad, and he was down about it, but he's definitely not going to give up. That's something that's easily remedied, and he's so good at it. Like, as far as all the other stuff that you need, he put on a good show. He's very personable and he had all video games. So video games are popular. I think he'll do great. We just got to work out some kinks, technically speaking. That's all. Not censored by anyone. What's not censored by anyone? I'm sorry, Lori. Every time Lori writes something recently, I'm like, I must be just so far behind when she writes it that I don't know what it's referring to. I agree with the premise, not to be censored. Good thing. But what are we talking about? Wow, I caught up. That was the last comment. 22 minutes to get to the 4-hour mark. And let me just tell you, we joked a little earlier, but finally crossed the 700 threshold, which I'm very appreciative of, humbled by. Still a lot of people when you think about it. There's people out there that have hundreds of thousands of subscribers, and God bless them. But I am kind of proud. I mean, think about it. 700 people, right, have decided to come hang out and watch the shows. I really appreciate that. But when and if the 1,000 mark is hit, we're going to do some celebrating. That's all I'm going to say. Going to have a good show. That's the one you want to be on. That's the one where we're going to have a lot of fun. It's going to be a celebration, a collective celebration. I know, I was too. It should have. I mean, it happens to just about everybody, especially with the first whatnot. It's a different kind of a platform, and you just kind of got to get in there and take your lickings, sort of, and work out some kinks. But his specific kink was kind of unable to work around because basically what he kept doing, it happened like 4 times. He would start his show, start talking or whatever, and he kept hitting a button that end broadcast. It happened like 3 or 4 times. And every time you end the broadcast, he had to basically build a brand new one again. And he had done all this work during the week I think he had like 30 different lots of games with pictures and all that stuff. It's a pain in the neck, and you have to go in and try to import all that stuff. And it just became, I guess, he got very frustrated with the process, and he decided to pull the plug, which I actually commended him for, because you don't want to pull your hair out and, lose your mind, especially publicly in front of people. So he's like, I'm done. We'll talk. And then we wound up talking afterwards for a couple of hours, actually. And I told him we're going to do like a little session privately to just kind of work out those things. Because he's a very, very, very savvy guy, technically. Very savvy guy. It's just that this one caused a little trouble. So he'll talk all about it on Monday. Thanks, Dawn. So you'll find his group. That was about your other, not censored. Yeah, exactly. That's a great point too. I got you. Yep. You had 3 friends that brought from early, so I kind of ended early to put them out of the misery. Yeah. I totally get that. One of the beauties of Whatnot to me is that ability, like, you don't have to commit to say, I'm going to be on from 7 to 8. You don't have to stay on an hour. If you're just struggling in the wind like that and nobody's there, you can just say, good night, everybody. I'll try again tomorrow, and just bail. You could bail in 2 seconds, Or conversely, if you're doing really well, you could stay on for 6 hours and just sell up a storm. So I like the the freedom that Whatnot affords. You know what I mean? The freedom of I mean, there's people that curse and do all that, and they have like a little ticker box that says, "Warning: this broadcast may contain adult language," something like that. Literally, it says that. I don't check that, of course, but the Wild West is how people are putting it. It's kind of true. You can, if you want, you could just have like blasting rap music and cursing and whatever, to each their own if that's what you want to do. Or you could be cool like me and just have some Sinatra playing in the background, a glass of wine, and sell some print ads and have a conversation with your friends and everything in between. No, don't be. There's nothing to be afraid of. And again, I speak from experience because I screwed up my first one too for the first few minutes when my camera, as I've discussed, was facing the ceiling instead of down on the items I was trying to sell. And I couldn't figure out a good way to switch it because thank God I didn't do what Travis did. I will tell you, it's a learning experience. And that's what he said on Monday. He wants to tell about his horror story with the hopes that it could help you as a potential Whatnot auctioneer down the road from repeating those same mistakes. But I had a trouble with the camera being facing the wrong way, and I didn't want to end broadcast. Thank God I didn't, because the only way I could think of was getting my phone off physically, hitting the reverse thing on the camera and all. So that was my one little fiasco. It's really not. It's like anything else, Dale Fonda. It's like, you're going to try to set up this thing. It might have a learning curve. It might have a little growing pains, so to speak. But you'll get it working, right? You'll get it up and running. Same thing on Whatnot. You go in, you're like, "Hi, everybody." And it's not about the showmanship or all that stuff. Most of the people that, not most of, I shouldn't say that, but some of the people that do it have all that innate ability, let's say, but it's the physical act of, where the heck where's the button to start the auction? Oh my God, I only have my phone. I can't reach the button because it's flipped upside down. What do I do now? It's things like this. It's that can get in the way. But once you learn it, it really is simple, actually. It's very simple. But you do need multiple devices. You can't just do everything on one. Like YouTube. I mean, I have a couple of devices to do this YouTube show, but with Whatnot, I use three different dedicated, a computer, a phone for the camera and the microphone, and an iPad, all going at once simultaneously. So there's just a lot of balls to juggle, as they say. Speaking of balls to juggle, no. You're a mess. You're about to have fun on Whatnot. If I went on Whatnot, it'd be like, that box checked. I would not curse on purpose, but I've got to give a bit feral since we're... Hey, what are you going to do? Gather your stuff and see if you have a good set of stuff for Paperpalooza. There you go. Okay. Keeping in mind that it's only, remember how I just said what I love about Whatnot is there's no time restriction unless you're in Paperpalooza where you have a 1 hour slot. So, Lori, if you're interested, make sure you have an hour's worth of product to sell, let's just say, right? And just know that you have to adhere to your little schedule. That's all. From a buyer on Whatnot, I suggest to anyone selling on Whatnot, please do not use it as a dumping ground for your job. Absolutely true. Especially given the point that 99.999% of people that are on Whatnot, we're all resellers. They're people just trying to source. Your buyers are going to be people, if you're a postcard guy, Popeye's postcards. Who's buying from Popeye? Kelly's buying from Popeye. Joe Blow down the street isn't buying from Popeye. Other resellers are buying from Popeye. Well, it's like that across the board. It's all, dare I say, that's not true. Like with, I do vinyl and I do records and 78s and all that stuff too. But I would personally go out and just try to buy records because I love records. So that's, and I could get them dirt cheap potentially on Whatnot. But most of the people on Whatnot are other resellers, all trying to get a deal. And they're going to know, in Kelly's case, he's going to know if somebody's out there putting up garbage postcards. It's going to be really apparent. And they're not going to sell. Yeah, if you're buying, that's simple, right? Nah. I'm never nervous about anything like that, thank goodness. Doesn't mean I won't get frustrated if things don't work. But you remember the commercial? Never let them see you sweat. Just laugh it off. Make believe it's part of the show. It's like you're on stage singing and your guitar breaks. That would be bad. Your guitar string breaks. Oh, well, just keep going. What are you going to do? They suggest doing a test run in other categories titled as test. Yeah, and that was another fiasco from poor Travis's show. He thought he was in test mode and he wasn't. And he wound up broadcasting like 20 minutes of truly behind the scenes stuff that you probably would never want to just be, walking around the house and stuff like that. So it wasn't just one thing. It was a series of unfortunate events, as they say. And he pulled the plug. Oh, there are categories. Test categories. There's test mode. Whatnot has a test mode option. I don't know about categories, but they definitely do have a test mode. You do have an hour's worth of... See, I'm catching up with the ways of Lori's writing. I do. You have an hour's worth of product. Cool. Deal, hit category, scroll, hit whatnot, scroll, hit another. What's my boarding guy said to do? I was going to say, what's that about? Traffic has set up a test auction, a test category, and we like-minded resellers. Correct, Deal Finder. I don't know about the test category thing. There is a test mode, for sure. Now, to me, what boggles my mind is why is test mode being broadcast? Because the inquisitive, like-minded individual that might just be perusing whatnot could stumble upon a said test broadcast thinking it's a real broadcast. So suddenly you have like 15 people watching you putz around making mistakes. That's not cool. Test mode should be, I'm making sure my phone works. You could press this button, but it's not being broadcast to the masses. So I think that honestly, that was the thing that got Travis really, really angry. Was like that his, all his prep stuff was being broadcast. He had like 17 people, which is a lot for a first-time show. That's a lot of people to be in your room right out of the gate. That's a lot. And he did, because he's in a video game category, which is an incredibly popular category. So he's going to get a lot of people just by being in a video game category. But, he didn't expect people to come in when he's trying to set up his camera and he's talking to his wife off camera and it's being broadcast. It wasn't cool. You buy from Popeye too. Yeah, I've seen you in there, Jody. Didn't we say something about our fingers slipped a couple times? Oh no, that was Dawn and I. We were in there. She said, "Oops, my finger slipped." We committed that we're not going to buy anything, but you get suckered in. Great advice as a buyer. Laura didn't do a test. I didn't do a test either because I didn't know how to do a test other than hit test mode. You just got to go in, guys. Seriously, if you're interested in it and you haven't done it, don't be afraid. Dive into the deep end. There's no ramification. There's no consequence. You just, hi everybody, and you just come out of the gate. This is my first Whatnot show. Welcome aboard. Welcome, people. Be courteous. Hi, Memphis Blazer. Thanks for joining. We'll be up in a couple of minutes. Put on some music. Buy time. The camera might be seen shifting around and stuff as you try to figure out which way is up and all that. All cool. People are usually pretty cool. At least I've been lucky enough. The people that come in my room, I don't get any of these idiots like we got on YouTube a couple of days ago with their stupid spam stuff. Yeah, I don't get that, And if you do, you could curse them out and whatnot, which is kind of cool. Just say hi. Welcome everybody. Welcome aboard, everybody. We're working out the kinks. We'll be right with you. People are cool. They'll wait. And if you're lucky, they'll peruse the items that you have set up on the side. You could set up all your inventory prior to doing your show. You don't have to, by the way, but you can certainly do that. And then that provides like reading material for people while you're putzing around. Hey guys, go check out my list. And meanwhile, you're like, you're not on camera. You're pulling your hair out, but you're not on camera. You're just talking like everything's cool, even though you can't figure out how to hit the on button on your iPad, let's say. You just kind of play it off. Hey, check out my inventory, everybody. Let me know what you guys want to see, blah, blah, blah. You buy time. And then when everything is, at least you think everything is up and running, you say, okay, we're going to start our first auction. Was it? I thought it was Matt who did that. I don't know what you're talking about, Dawn. I'm sorry. Yeah, there's got to be some way to play around with test mode. I haven't done it, and now I don't need to, but certainly if you're new at it, it would be a really cool thing to conceptually to be able to play around with the stuff without actually broadcasting, right? On StreamYard, by the way, StreamYard is a fantastic program. I have the paid version, but you can get a free one too. A lot of YouTubers use StreamYard. It does have a true like test mode, if you will. You don't have to broadcast live, and you could play with all the buttons and do everything and see yourself and listen to yourself and even record yourself and play it back, all prior to actually going live. And that's, I think, what most of us would have expected, whatnot, being that they have a test mode button. I think you would expect that that's what test mode is going to be. You're not going to be live. But Travis was unfortunately live when he thought he wasn't. It's not your category. He said, go there and get a feel of going on. Yeah, that's a great, right, interaction of friends. All right, well, that's cool. And like you said, as long as it's titled test broadcast or whatever, that would be totally cool. But it's not cool to be live when you don't think you are. You know what I mean? Like I said, God forbid, like he was literally walking around his house. What if, like, a little kid's running around, or I don't know, whatever. Your wife's coming out of the shower and you got the camera going. That could be bad. Depending on your wife. Right. I agree. I think it's a wonderful concept. I love it. You should be able to test the hardware, play around, make your mistakes in test mode, right? Your friend. Is that Canadian? That would be terrible being like, right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It could get, I mean, there was no, like, nothing happened on his show. It's just the notion that you could have literally been caught with your pants down, so to speak. You know what I mean? And you're broadcasting to the planet. That's not cool. Not cool at all. You think you're under the protection of this alleged test mode, and you're actually out there, being made the fool. Not that he was. I'm saying you could be. But again, tune in on Monday, everybody. Chat show, 7 p.m. I'll be recovering from heat stroke from my show on Sunday, where it's now scheduled to be a high of 98 and a low of 81 on Sunday in beautiful New Jersey. Well, I will be performing. What's left of me after I melt will be performing a full-blown 90-minute Beatles show. Non-stop, by the way. It's not often we do this, but it's 90 minutes straight through, meaning like we usually take a 15-minute break to change clothes and stuff because we do 3 different costume changes. This one is 90 minutes straight through on probably the hottest day of the century. So that should be good. That should build some character amongst the band, let me tell you. A lot of Gatorade. So Monday I will be toast, literally probably. I'll probably be burnt. Probably lose about 15 pounds in water weight too. That has its advantages. That's what I'm saying, Mother's Mustache. I mean, let's be honest. Not that there's anything like crazy, but just everyday stuff that you wouldn't want to necessarily, broadcast to the world, right? Where's the sugar? I told you 10 times. Stuff like that. You know what I mean? You don't need that broadcast. Would you take the garbage out? I did. Oh, I know. Head for the hills. Just everyday nonsense that has no place being broadcast on the interwebs. Speaking of whatnot, I'm just seeing who's on now. It's amazing. Some of these. Oh, Annie is on. Oh, girl, Annie is on whatnot. Hold on. Annie almost caught me a copyright strike, not meaning to. We broadcast her first auction, which was records, and I had forgotten that she was playing records, which you're allowed to do on whatnot. But I was broadcasting it on YouTube, and I got a big old copyright, BMG copyright something. But Annie, who goes by Analog, which is kind of funny, Annie-log for analog, is currently live on the whatnot. What is she hawking today? A toilet paper doll. Now, that's a high-quality item. A small St. George the Dragon painting. A vintage necklace. Go check out Annie. Well, first, let's see if she acknowledges me. Please come over to the new stream. We had a crash. Annie's another one. I've watched. She's been on a few times. The first of which we broadcast live on the Jiminy show. I'm not going to do it to her again because I don't want to get another copyright thing. It wasn't a copyright strike. It was just like your video gets blocked or whatever for the period where a certain piece of music is playing. and they give you the option to mute that section or whatever. And it's funny because I broadcast like 20 minutes of her show. She played like 10 records. It was like literally a 10-second portion that I got dinged on. So I went out and just muted that section or something. I think I deleted that section. But Annie is another one who has had a fair share of calamities occur during her broadcasts. But she literally laughs it off. She's like, oh, well, I guess I'll flip it this way. And that's the good approach, you know. Mistakes are going to happen, and you just roll with it. Don't let everybody know that you're dying inside. You know what I mean? When you're on a call. You hate bras. Hold on. Hold the phone. What are we talking about? Oh, Jody's climbing over. What? Oh, there you go. Do I hear 50? Oh, yeah? You could scream with the best of them, Jody? Hey, now. Bras are torture devices. Yeah, there's lots to be said for that. Kind of an antiquated system when you think about it, isn't it? You would think the bra would have evolved over time. It hasn't. Same archaic piece of clothing. It's always been. They probably do. Necessary evil, you might call it. I'm not sure. Oh boy, guys, we are literally up to 4 hours in just 2 minutes time, which is astounding. A lot of fun. I appreciate everybody coming out and hanging out with me tonight. Complete different type of event that I thought it was going to be. I thought I was going to list all those ads. We listed one. And as Rutan said, took about 18 seconds to do it. How do we get into bra conversations? I was sitting here laughing at Annie, and you guys are all talking about bras. Not laughing at Annie. You know what I mean. Annie, the funny thing about Annie is she is a trooper on Whatnot. She has tried like 10 different things. Like she did records. She did a, what did I watch her the other night? She did a, like sewing fabrics show. She does everything under the sun, which I like. It's like you just see what sticks, you know? She just sold something for $6. Cake toppers. Ooh. So yeah, she's all over the board. But sometimes you gotta find, you know, by trial and error, like we said with Whatnot. Once you do get the functionality down of how to use the stupid system and all that nonsense, then the next challenge, unless you're John, is what sells? What do people want? When do they want to watch these shows? What day works best? What time of day works best? Should I do 10 o'clock at night? Should I do 10 o'clock in the morning? Who's on at noon? Wait, I got to wait for everybody to get off at work because my buyers are in this age range and they're probably still at work. And blah, blah, you know what I mean? It's a lot of different factors. There's a lot more than just the physical functionality of the Whatnot system to stress over, trust me. Not only talking bras, get into like the nitty gritty. Just deep dive into the category of brasiers. Yeah, and God bless them. I always marvel at people. I'm saying him in this realm. We've talked about there's lots of postcard people out there, lots of postcard people that sell, that collect, lots and lots of postcards listed on eBay, lots of postcard Whatnot shows and followers of Whatnot shows. What makes him stand apart? I'm always intrigued by that. The one person that could separate themselves. Now he got into this when it basically first started. He had a good following on YouTube prior to when he quit and came back. And now of course he's rebuilding it. But like, isn't it amazing when you see somebody like that succeed to that level in a category that like he doesn't have this isn't an uncommon thing. It's one of the more common things you'll find out there. Why does one person do so well? He sits there and he just scrolls through hundreds at a time. I mean, he's got a knack for scrolling with his hand. That's always a good thing. But seriously, you know what I mean? Like, and I'm just using him as an example for what we talk about, which is reselling. But there's people like that in all walks of life, right? That excel. What makes him excel in postcards, especially on Whatnot? Like, why is his the show that everybody goes to? Why does he sell thousands of dollars a night on a Whatnot show? It's amazing to me. Absolutely amazing. Spellbinding. And it's not a one and done. It's people just keep coming back. The guy does 3-4 shows a week now. And why wouldn't you? You know? Postcards people. Well, yeah, exactly. That's a great point, because I know he had teased the whole idea of going on doing the regular YouTube auction stuff, and now he's finally out there. That's right. He had a big following, which definitely helps. And his stash was legendary. And then he did the million, which is still one of the funniest videos I've ever watched, the million postcard thing in the winter. There you go. Caught up. We're off of bras, so to speak. He made a splash by buying a million cards. Yeah. But he hasn't even touched these million cards yet. Like, this is all just inventory he had before the million card haul of airplane cards, basically, and photos. A soothing siren call. Huh? Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely just something about, I think what Memphis said was actually very true. People have been wanting to know, like, I think people have reached out to him long before Whatnot and long before he quit the first time. I know people would write to him and say, hey, man, would you be willing to sell 100 cards, whatever, just to get his stash, as Memphis said, because the guy was so successful doing it, you wanted a piece of his action. Like, here's somebody who really knows how to pick these cards and does great with them. How can I get my hands on some of those? And now that opportunity is out there, thanks to Whatnot, yeah, he's drawing incredible crowds and just printing money is the expression I keep using. The guy is printing money. Oh, and absolutely, he's hysterical and a nice guy. I agree wholeheartedly. It's the perfect storm, right? A good guy, good personality, funny. No arrogance is a great way to put it, absolutely. Yep. And just happens to have a monster stash of a product that people want to get their hands on. And you know what I love about him, that I loved about him before all this started, was his willingness to teach and help other people in a category, which I sort of modeled myself after when it comes to the print ad thing. It was the same sort of an idea on a much lesser scale, but the same concept, right? To teach or to show people or give people opportunities to learn something new, maybe open their eyes to something they weren't aware of. That was kind of my philosophy. And I definitely was inspired by his series on postcards. I'm like, he's a guy who's not afraid, even though he's printing money and he's doing so well and he's the king of postcards on eBay or whatever. I don't even know if he is. There might be bigger people, but as far as popularity and whatnot, he really set the bar. And I love self-effacing humor, as he said, and just knowledgeable, but not cocky, right? And pleasant, funny, everyday kind of guy who worked hard, who had a very difficult career, as I'm sure a lot of you guys know. And he was counting the days till he retired. And he finally got out of it. And now he's living the dream of selling these, as he says, these stupid pieces of paper and making a fortune on them. So it's a great success story. Very admirable. But yeah, I loved the fact that he's willing to teach and show other people, and no arrogance whatsoever. And I actually might meet him in Disney in October. We might meet up in Disney, which is kind of cool because we both have trips scheduled in October, and he said we might get together and hang out. So that would be a funny video. He said, see Popeye on the Dumbo ride with a pair of ears on. I'd probably pay to see that. Oh, there you go, Kelly. Exactly. That's what I was saying. Willing to help other people. Yep. Exactly. That's awesome. All right, guys. I hate to break up the party. I'm actually getting sleepy. It's 10:06 here on the East Coast of the United States of America. Thank you so very much for coming in. Thank you for whoever pushed me over the 700. Finally, I appreciate that. Let's get me to 1,000. That's my job. It's not your job. But if you would spread the word, I'd really appreciate it. And thank you, everybody, for the likes. If you didn't give a thumbs up, I'd appreciate it if you could just leave a thumbs up before you head out. I hope everybody has a wonderful weekend. I hope everybody that's within my voice right now stays cool, because it's scorching out there in most of the country, probably most of Canada, doing right, especially southern Canada, which is where everybody lives anyway, let's be honest. Have a great weekend. Do some sales, make some sales, get some listings up. Anybody has any questions or wants to know about anything or has ideas, comments on my videos are always welcome. Send an email, jiminyflipit@gmail.com. I get tons of emails from all you guys. I really appreciate that. It's fun. Deal Finder, work on that server thing. I love it. I love the idea. CJ, thank you for protecting the crowd tonight. And we'll see you all. Hopefully, what's left of me, like I said, after the show on Sunday. We'll see you on Monday at 7 p.m. We will be live again together with Travis. Travis will give you the lowdown on his first whatnot. And as he said, it'll be a learning experience for everybody. Have a great weekend, guys. Thanks so much again. 4 hours.